May I now take the opportunity to introduce to our audience General Chair WSTEM Professor Jagdish Prasad. He is the head of Amity School of Applied Sciences in Amity University, Rajasthan, Jaipur. Previously, he was the head of the Department of Statistics in University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, also the principal of University of Rajasthan College, Jaipur. He has done his bachelor's and PhD statistics from the University of Rajasthan and has 40 years of teaching and research experience. He has held various administrative responsibilities like Officer, Associate, Chief Coordinator, Vice Principal, and Director of University Rajasthan College, Jaipur, and is also involved with various committees like Rajasthan Administrative Services Exam, UGC, and NAC. May I now invite Sir to kindly deliver his welcome address for the audience and participants.
Good morning, namaskar, all of you. Uh, Today we have assembled over here a very important conference, really, which is very, very important. So, our PVC, Professor Amit Jain, ST Vice President, Professor Ashal Kothari, Registrar Dr. Nitin Bhardwaj, our Provost, Dean Academics, Professor Aseri, today's chief guest, Professor Dahiya, Vice President, Amul Pharma, today's guest of honor, Dr. Archana Lakhani, Scientist G of UGC DAE CSR Indore, and another guest of honor, Mrs. Mansi Pandey. She is online. She is software manager, ARC Capital USA. Today's general chair, Professor Deepa Chakravarti, conference chair, Dr. Poonam Meena, Department of Botany, University of Rajasthan. Another conference chair, Dr. Deep Shikha Rathod, today's Master of Ceremony, Dr. Aditi Devol, all deans, directors, HOI, participants who have joined over here from various places, dear students, those who have come from the various schools, students of this university, my young faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Amity University, Rajasthan, I welcome all of you in this international conference on women and careers in STEM. Here STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. STEM is a short form of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So I feel my gratitude to Professor Amit Jain. He has given his valuable time for this conference. And whenever we feel any requirement, any suggestions, he is always ready to do or give the sanction of such type of activities or conference. So we all are very grateful to him. Similarly, my dearest respected Professor Kothari, esteemed Vice President, I am also grateful to him that whenever we approached him, any activities of research, project, patent, conference, workshop, whatever, he is ready to do all type of suggestions, helps, guidance to everybody. I can say this event, this conference is motivated by Dr. Kothari. So we all are very grateful to him also. Sir, thank you very much. I am also thankful to Professor Dahiya. She has given his valuable time for this international conference. This conference is very, very important, and in which she will contributed more and more because it is related with women empowerment, I can say. So I am thankful to Professor Dahiya also. Uh, I am thankful to our registrar, Dr. Nitin Bhardwaj, who has given all type of administrative support to us for organizing this conference. Sri R.K. Pachori, Director IT, for his support and providing online platform for each and every session. I feel my gratitude and thankful to our guest of honor, Dr. Archana Lakhani. She is basically a scientist in CSR, and she has contributed a lot in the field of research. And she has come over here from Indore to Jaipur in a very tight situation. So we are thankful to her also. I feel my thanks to Dr. Lubna Amir, professor at University of Hale. I think she will be online or maybe offline. I am also thankful to Dr. Neha Tiwari. I think she will join today itself. She is professor of ESE. Friends, I can say this conference is very, very important, and the title and topic of this conference is very, very important, especially in India, because women empowerment or gender disparity in India, or especially in Rajasthan, because I belong to Rajasthan. I belong to Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, gender disparity is very, very high, I tell you. But in India, it varies from state to state. Yes, there is a challenge in front of women, in front of ladies, to fulfill this gap. Who will fulfill this gap? Yes, no doubt about it. After independence, there has been various policies have been made by government. Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao. There are so many slogans and there are so many schemes in India for this filling up this gap. But even then, there is a requirement of women empowerment. So this conference is very, very important because of the reason that even the number of females, number of ladies, number of girls in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are very less, I tell you. You can calculate in your faculties also, in your department also. No, number of girls are less in comparison to boys. So we have to be very much focused upon what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, how will you solve this problem. Yes, no doubt about it. In India, various ladies have been achieved a lot, science and technology, even before independence also. I can mention 4-5 names. One is Ambabai Gopal Rao. Basically, she was a physician. And I tell you, at the age of 9 years, she was married with a widower whose age was 40 years. And you will believe me, after 14 years age, she has approached USA and she has completed her degree as a doctor. So she was a physician and she has achieved a lot. Similarly, Janki Ammal, she was botanist. And Asima Chatterjee, she is also very, very renowned chemist. And first lady scientist elected as President Indian Science Congress in 1975. So no doubt about it, ladies has done a lot. Even in recent time, everybody knows about the name of Kalpana Chawla, first astronaut of Indian origin. Dr. Indira Hinduja, Indian gynecologist, and she was first test tube baby producer. Hinduja, Dr. Hinduja. Dr. Aditi Pant, he was oceanographer. So she was oceanographer. But this international conference, we will discuss various challenges, opportunities, and solutions. So I request all of you, those who are panelists or those who are as a resource person or as an expert, please contribute more and more and find out some concrete solution. And I request to organizers also to please prepare a note so that its outcome may be published somewhere else, that we have organized a very interesting conference on this women empowerment or women career in STEM, so that a concrete policy can be framed on this issue. So I request all of you to prepare a outcome report also. Thank you all of you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me now take the opportunity to introduce our General Chair for WSTEM, Dr. Deepa Chakrabarti, Head Amity School of Languages. She's heading the department since July 2010 and has played an instrumental role in laying the foundation of doctoral, PUG and PG programs in French and English, along with value-added courses. She's obtained master's degree in French from Rouen University, France, and holds a PhD in French from Jadavpur University, Calcutta. Her publication includes 3 books. She has recently developed a full module on Francophone literature for the MOOC program on French studies by the National Resource Center of HRDC Pondicherry University for the annual refresher program in teaching, sponsored by Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching. May I now invite ma'am to kindly enlighten the audience about the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Aditi. A very good morning to all present today, both virtually and physically. I once again welcome everyone to this interesting interdisciplinary conference. Esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. Ruhi Dahiya, Guest of Honor, Dr. Archana Lakhane, Guest of Honor who is present online, Dr. Mansi Pandey, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Asim Chauhan, Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Amit Jain, Provost, Professor G.K. Aseri, Chief Advisor and ASTIF, Chief Advisor to WSTEM International Conference and Vice President ASTIF, Professor Esel Kothari, respected deans, directors, colleagues, and dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to be the General Chair of this prestigious conference, and particularly to talk about it. Women and careers in STEM, representation, challenges, and opportunities. In short, WSTEM promises to be an eye-opener for many. This conference is unique in the sense it unites two branches of studies, women's studies on one hand, and studies in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Earlier, this field was considered to be a male-dominated area with STEM classrooms, laboratories, STEM institutions representing a lopsided ratio of the society. Today, things have changed in a big way, with numbers of women and girl students, researchers, scientists, doctors on the rise. They have contributed since in a very big way, overcoming challenges, both on individual efforts and on collective efforts. Government scientific organization, as already mentioned by Professor Jagdish Prasad ji, such as DRDO, DST, ICMR, CSIR, created grants and projects for women scientists and scholars. Now, this conference itself is sponsored by DST PARS. It is a noteworthy endeavor in this respect. The conference organized by Amity University, Rajasthan, actually wishes to spread the awareness that despite all such efforts, both collective and individual, women scientists and budding researchers, even today, amount to only 20% of the population in the state of Rajasthan or even in Greater India. Now, this is a big challenge. After doing so much of work, women still constitute a minority of the world population, not only in Rajasthan, abroad also. This is and the conference is a part of that challenge to spread the word of awareness to everyone. Now, the international participation of the conference will make possible to disseminate this consciousness for WSTEM, even globally. Now, talking about the conference, it has many aspects. Our day-long session on interview, various sessions as well, workshop for students also will be organized, as well as there will be exhibition, poster, painting presentations by Amity's university students, as well as oral presentations. So all this make this conference a very interesting project. And the outcome, as Professor Jagdish sir was telling, has to be noted because it is going to be an interesting part as capable as their counterpart. Thank you and welcome again to all the participants, researchers, our invited guests, to everyone, particularly to Kothari sir, who contributed in a big way to make this success a possibility, to make this conference a possibility. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I also take this opportunity to welcome our guest of honor who has joined us online from the US, Ms. Mansi Pandey. She's working as a software engineer with Arch Capital. So welcome, ma'am. We'll be shortly beginning with your address, so please stay there. Thank you, ma'am. At Amity University, Rajasthan, we are fortunate to work under the leadership and guidance of Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Amit Jain. He is currently also the Dean Faculty of Management and Director, Amity's Business School at Amity University, Rajasthan. He holds a PhD from Sardar Patel University and has completed FDP from IIM Ahmedabad. Prior to this, Professor Jain was Director, International Collaborations and Professor, School of Business at Manipal University, Jaipur, Director, School of Hotel Management at Manipal University, Jaipur, Associate Professor and Chairperson MBA at JK Lakshmipat University. He is also a visiting professor with University of Technology, Sydney, Australia, Itzwan University, Hungary, and Jano University, Slovakia. He has designed and conducted training programs and sessions for executives of various organizations, including IDBI Bank, Bank of Baroda, JK Lakshmi Cements, Claris Life Sciences, on leadership and communication skills. May I now invite sir to kindly welcome our participants for today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aditi. Good morning to one and all. Fine. A very warm welcome to all the esteemed guests on the dais, off the dais, and present online. I really feel it to be a privilege being given this opportunity to welcome all of you. And I must congratulate the organizers of this conference, starting with the advisor, the general chairs, and the entire organizing team for highlighting the issues related to representation, opportunities and challenges for women. And why only STEM? These issues are relevant in all the spheres of life. A lot of things my colleague Dr. Jagdish Prasad shared in terms of representation of women. I'm a professor of management and I would like to highlight a few things that relates to economy. So we all have a dream that India should be, the third largest or the first economy in the world. We have a dream to make it a 5 trillion economy, but that target of 5 trillion economy cannot be achieved unless until there is active participation of women in the workforce, in any kind of productive activity. So just give you some perspective, currently in India, women contribute 18% to GDP. And this is almost half of the world average. This is half of the world average and stands nowhere because even if we talk about China, it is around 40%. So now you can understand the reason for the fast growth of most of these countries and economies, because there is an equal participation of women, right? I'm really grateful to our Honorable Founder President and Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Aseem Chauhan, for giving us such wonderful opportunities to interact with peers, not only in India, but globally, to interact with students, not only of university, but also of the schools. And that actually helps us to learn and share from everyone. because knowledge grows when you share from others. For benefit of our guests who are present here and some of the external participants also, I would like to share a few things about Amity. The campus that you are currently sitting in is a 150-acre, beautiful, clean and green campus. There's a beautiful lake that you would have seen. And incidentally, it is part of our sustainable practices. It is a water recycling plant. And we have actually 200 ducks also in that. All our rooftops, we have solar panels. We have a solar farm there. Best of these sports facilities are available at the campus. And we believe in giving a wonderful campus life to all our students and to all of you also till you are our guest at the campus. Amity University Rajasthan is part of the entire Amity group, which is the largest education group in the country. We have currently 12 universities in India, 17 campuses globally. Close to 175,000 students are part of this university group at any given point of time. 6,000 faculty members and scientists, 25 preschools and schools, more than 1,200 acres of campuses. In India, the Jaipur campus is one of the largest campus. And we always want our students to see things from new perspective, right? We want them to develop an entrepreneurial mindset, and that's why we are very keen and eager to organize these kind of conferences. और जैसा कहा जाता है कि एक पत्थर की भी तकदीर बदल सकती है, शर्त यह है कि अच्छे से तराशा जाए. So it matters a lot that you are associated with what kind of institution and what kind of pedagogy, teaching learning processes are followed at that institution. So as a university, we believe in practical and practice oriented learning. We use simulations, we use case studies, we use games and activities to teach a lot of difficult concepts, and that really helps them to imbibe and not only learn or increase their knowledge, but also to practice, implement, and create new things. So with these words, I would like to congratulate the organizers of the conference once again. Albert Einstein said that we cannot solve the problem with the same thinking that we used while creating it. So we have to always think differently. We have to think out of the box. And I'm sure the deliberations that will be here today will pave new ways and new models by which we can solve a lot of problems of the world. And with increased participation of women in STEM, I'm very optimistic that we will be able to do it. All the best to all of you. Have a great learning experience and nice time at the university. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for all your pertinent views on the topic at hand, sir. Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Sure, sir. So PVC sir has a meeting to catch up with, and he'll be joining us later for the next some sessions. Without the motivation and guidance of Vice President ASTIF and Chief Advisor WSTEM 2022, Professor S.L. Kothari, the organization of the conference would not have been possible at all. May I take this opportunity to introduce our audience with Professor S.L. Kothari, who is currently working as Distinguished Professor of Biotechnology at Amity University, Rajasthan, and Vice President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation. He has been associated with Amity University, Rajasthan, Jaipur for last 8 years in various capacities as Dean's Director and Pro-President. Prior to joining Amity University, Professor Kothari was in Rajasthan University, where he held the positions as Dean, Faculty of Science, Head, Department of Botany and Biotechnology, and Director, Center for Converging Technologies. His work on cell fusion and recombination in mitochondrial genomes has been regarded as pioneering in the field of protoplast fusion. His work on GM rice and other cereal crops is internationally cited, and he has also been selected as Fellow of National Academy of Sciences, India in 1997 and the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences in 2008 for his outstanding contributions in the field of agricultural biotechnology. May I now invite sir to kindly address our audience.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much, Dr. Aditi Deval, for kind introduction. Our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Amit Jain, who has just left because some other commitment he has to fulfill. Chief guest of today's function, Dr. Ruhi Dahiya. She is Vice President, Amol Pharmaceuticals. Dr. Archana Lakhani, Scientist G at UGC DAE Center in Indore. Dr. Mansi Pandey, she has joined online from USA. Thank you very much, madam, for joining us this morning. She's software manager. Professor Jagdish Prasad, General Chair of this conference. Professor Deepa Chakravarti, another General Chair of this conference. Dr. Poonam Meena from University of Rajasthan. She's also another chair of this conference. Dr. Deepshikha Rathod and Dr. Aditi Deval, the conveners and the organizing secretaries, I would call them both as for this conference. Professor G.K. Aseri, the provost, Dr. Bhal and Dr. Tripathi and Dr. PVS Raju and all, Dr. Akshat Srivastav and other young faculty members and the students, research scholars, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely delighted to be present on this occasion, inaugural function of this program on women and career in STEM. STEM has already have been explained to you that it is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So it includes all the science streams, biology, chemistry, everything. Science is included here. Technology and engineering is also there. Preparations, representations, challenges, and opportunities for women in STEM career. Dr. Deepshikha and Dr. Aditi Deval came to me and they wanted to organize an event of this kind, an international event where they will include selected people from abroad and also from India, and they wanted to discuss the women-centric issues in career in STEM. So I said, why this is an issue now even in 2022? But when deeply thought, I said, no, it is still there. It still is there. And I said to them that I will talk to my Vice Chancellor, Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar, who is in Delhi, and then I will come back to you. And I requested Professor Bhatnagar that we wanted to organize this kind of event under the DST PERS program. So Professor Bhatnagar readily agreed, why not? Let us talk about the career issues of women in STEM. And this is how PERS came forward with some kind of financial support and some moral support and some issue-based discussion on the STEM issues, women-centric STEM careers. And for the audience, you would be happy to know that MET University, Rajasthan, Jaipur is the first private university to have received promotion of university research and scientific excellence. This is a very prestigious program of DST, and I'm so proud of it that MET Jaipur got it for the first time, any private university, with a support of about 8.33 crores of rupees. So lots of facilities are being created under this program, and this program also enables us to bring together people from different streams and have brainstorming on issues and also the problems and how can we find solution to the problems. Now DST, Government of India, and all of us, senior scientists like Dr. Dahiya, we have done a lot of work in science and published papers, but now we want to do science problem-based and find solutions to them, and DST PERS addresses that issue. You might wonder, why are we talking about women only for STEM? For obvious reason, I mentioned already, but as a scientist, I would like many men also to join science, technology, engineering, mathematics, because it is becoming less popular these days. The science stream is becoming less popular. Situation with regard to women, if you look at the world figure, even the industrial economies like America and UK have only 34% women in technology streams. And situation is a little better in India, in spite of the
Hello,
fact
ma'am. Good morning.
we are still
Yeah, please
very
get the
backward
signatures
in
from ma'am, then we
several
go for further
aspects.
procedures. Right?
But as far as something wrong, as far as graduation registration is concerned, Professor Jagdish Prasad, 43% graduates registered in India as per All India Survey of Higher Education are girls. So that is good. But if you look at only this figure, you will be satisfied that, oh, girls are doing good. What's the problem? No, there is problem. Problem is that out of these 43% graduating girls, when we look at the workforce in STEM, then very few. And there lies certain things. There are certain things why women do not get into career in science. People have made lots of studies, and NIAS, National Institute of Advanced Studies. NIAS is a very well-reputed organization located in Bangalore. They have made a good study about women in STEM, issues related to women in STEM. And they found that career choice of the women is guided by several factors. Parents are the most big guiding force. And STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, even if boys are there, they will choose science career only if somebody in the family is having science. The study found this thing. कि कोई घर में साइंस पढ़ रहा है, इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ रहा है, तो बच्चा दूसरा भी साइंस लेगा, चाहे बेटा हो बेटी हो. तो एक तो ये कारण है. और लड़कियां ज्यादा साइंस में कैरियर की तरफ नहीं जा रही है. इसका एक कारण उन्होंने ये फाइंड किया कि देयर आरंट मेनी रोल मॉडल women in science who can inspire girls to take science as career. वो भी कारण है. और भी कई कारण उन्होंने फाइंड आउट किए. 2022 की रिपोर्ट है. You can read it published in Current Science somewhere in January 2022. तो लड़कियां, मैं कह रहा था कि 43% graduates, registered graduates as per AISHE report are girls. Then what is the problem? Problem is in career. और वो career में क्यों problem आती है? तो discrimination, I don't know, but there are hidden things which we might not know. और लड़कियां के लिए जो कैरियर में चॉइस करने में एक कारण और जो होता है वो इस बात का है कि वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस, ये भी बड़ा इशू है. गर्ल्स हैव टू स्ट्रगल हार्ड. गर्ल्स आर, लेडीज, वीमेन ऑल नो दैट वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस कितना मुश्किल है. घर में बच्चों को तैयार करना, ये करना, वो करना, सारे काम औरतों पर है. जो कि वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस आदमियों के लिए भी होना चाहिए, पर औरतों पर ज्यादा है. और पता नहीं उन्होंने जानबूझ के ले रखा अपने ऊपर. आई डोंट नो. बाकी तो सब लड़के लड़कियां सब बराबर है. मैं भी सुबह उठ के चाय बनाता हूँ अपनी वाइफ के लिए, तो वाइफ मेरे लिए खाना बनाती है. और 15-20-25 साल पहले हम अमेरिका, इंग्लैंड में थे, तो मैं बर्तन धोता था, वाइफ खाना बनाती थी. तो ये लड़कों को सीखना चाहिए. जो लड़के कोई बैठे हैं तो यहाँ सीखे, चाय बनाना सीखे, नहीं तो शादी कैसे होगी तुम्हारी. हाँ, जो बात मैं कह रहा हूं वो ये है कि लड़कियां कैरियर में कम आ रही है, तो उसका कुछ होना चाहिए समाधान. और वैसे अब अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत है, मैं नेगेटिव नहीं सोच रहा हूं. देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज फॉर गर्ल्स. देयर आर सो मेनी स्कीम्स. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज स्टार्टेड किरण स्कीम, पावर स्कीम, सर्व की बहुत सारी स्कीम्स है जिनमें विमेन साइंटिस्ट स्कीम. देयर आर सो मेनी where women can find good careers in science, technology, engineering and mathematics. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है कि इंजीनियरिंग और मैथमेटिक्स के लिए लड़कियों में दिमाग नहीं होता है. ये बात बिल्कुल मिथ है, और ये मिथ कभी का खत्म हो चुका है. शकुंतला देवी मैथमेटिशियन के सामने सारे आदमी बेकार है. तो वो सोचना गलत है. डबल नोबेल प्राइज, पहला डबल नोबेल प्राइज जिसको मिला वो भी लेडी है। लेडीज के एग्जाम्पल बहुत हैं, मैडम क्यूरी जिसको फिजिक्स और केमिस्ट्री दोनों में नोबेल प्राइज मिला था। पर ये थोड़े से एग्जाम्पल है, कुछ महिलाएं ये कह सकती है थोड़े से एग्जाम्पल दे के आप हमें बेवकूफ नहीं बना सकते। यू क्रिएट मोर अपॉर्चुनिटीज फॉर अस। तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्रिएट की जानी चाहिए विमेन के लिए, और इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी के कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं जो अमेरिका में चलते हैं, हमारे यहाँ भी है, और कुछ हद तक तो ठीक ही है। कुछ इस स्टडी में ये भी उन्होंने देखा कि थोड़ा डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है जॉब में, तो उसको कोई एड्रेस कर सके तो करना चाहिए। बहुत सारी विमेन ने अपनी ऑटोबायोग्राफी लिखी है, उसमें उन्होंने ये कहा है कि इवन द सीनियर साइंटिस्ट, सीनियर पीपल डिड नॉट रिकॉग्नाइज अस in spite of our best work, which has been internationally recognized, but their own colleagues took some time to recognize them. But these things have existed and they will slowly disappear because women joined the workforce very late in this century. पहले इवन अमेरिका, इंग्लैंड, सब जगह लेडीज ज्यादा जॉब में नहीं आती थी। नोबेल प्राइज की हिस्ट्री देखें तो आउट ऑफ 900 नोबेल प्राइज, out of the several Nobel prizes given, men got 900 Nobel prizes and women got 60. 61 Nobel prizes were given to 60 women because एक ने 2 Nobel प्राइज दिए थे। तो ये रेशियो 1:15 का बैठता है। तो ये ठीक हो सकता है। लाइफ साइंसेज में बहुत सारी विमेन आ रही है, बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं। तो अब जो लड़कियां यहाँ बैठी हुई है, अगर स्टेम में अपना कैरियर चूज करना चाहती है तो जरूर करे, और उसकी अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत है इंडिया के अंदर, एंड दे शुड लुक टुवर्ड्स दैट। विद दीज फ्यू वर्ड्स आई विश द कॉन्फ्रेंस great success, and I want to I want to express my gratitude to our founder president Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, whose slogan is research and innovation driven universities, and he has created so many universities in India and so many research and other institutions, academic institutions abroad. And in India he has created international universities of international standard, and I am grateful to our Chancellor Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Dr. Asim Chauhan ji, who has always supported research and innovation in this campus and in other campuses as well. With these few words, I express complete happiness over coming to this inaugural session and wish the conference great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words. Amity University Rajasthan has worked very closely in collaboration with University of Rajasthan for this conference. And to represent this association of both the universities, I now request conference chair, Dr. Poonam Meena from Department of Botany, University of Rajasthan, to kindly share her thoughts on today's occasion. She also has a very interesting presentation to make before our audience today, which will inform the audience. So may I now invite Madam.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of organizing team of WSTEM 2022, I welcome our guest, Dr. Ruhi Daya. In the capacity of General Chair, WSTEM 2022, I would like to reiterate the fact that motivated the present conference, the huge divide between male and female students in physical sciences, mathematical sciences, computer sciences, and engineering and technology. As quoted by our Education Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, the number of women in India who have opted for the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, as a field of study has increased by 53,388 in the last 3 years. From 10 lakhs 2,707 in 2017-18 to 10 lakhs 56,095 in the year 2019-20. Although the number of STEM graduates in India is much higher than many developed nations, and many women opt for career in nursing, more women in leadership positions in the country is a far cry. Following the idea by Vice President ASTIF to provide positive role models to aspiring girl students of STEM, and for the benefit of our audience, here I would like to bring to the fore some of the most famous women in STEM disciplines. Their roles vary from academics to industry, person to entrepreneur. Let's have a look. Okay. This slide is showing women in STEM career, Indian heroes. First, Annie Sinha Roy, breaking stereotypes and working in a male-dominated profession. Annie Sinha Roy is a proud woman. Being India's first only woman tunnel engineer, she played a very crucial role in the Bangalore Metro project. Dr. Neena Gupta. Dr. Neena Gupta was previously a visiting scientist at ISI and visiting fellow at Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, TIFR. She has won the Shanti Swaroop Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology 2019 in the category of Mathematical Sciences, the highest honor in India in the field of science and technology. In 2022, she was awarded the Ramanujan Award. She is the second woman from India who got this award. She received the Indian National Science Academy Young Scientist Award in 2014 for the solutions she proposed to the Jareski cancellation problem in positive characteristics. Her work on the conjecture had also earned her inaugural Saraswati Kaushik Medal in 2013, awarded by TIFR Alumni Association. She is also the recipient of DST ICTP IMU Ramanujan Prize for Young Mathematician from Developing Countries in 2021. Dr. Bashra Atiq. She is a cancer biologist who has done groundbreaking research on genetic abnormalities that cause prostate cancer. She also worked as associate professor at the Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Her expertise in cancer biology, cancer genomics, and molecular oncology. Dr. Rohini Godbole was born in a small hamlet in Pune and is now a theoretical particle physicist, co-editor of the book Leelavati's Daughter, a science communicator and a staunch advocate of equality for women in STEM. She worked as a professor at Indian Institute of Science and specialized in the elementary particle physics, field theory and phenomenology. Dr. Rajendra Jeet Hansel Gill Rajendra Jeet Hansgill, a mathematician, exemplify how a little girl from the small hamlet of Mohe in Ludhiana would one day become a pioneering mathematician. She has won several awards, including the Narasimha Rao Gold Medal of the Indian Mathematical Society and Srivasa Ramujan Birth Centenary Gold Medal in ISCA. Dr. Kuljeet Kaur Marhas, like many other women in scientists, Kuljeet had it a lot tough both personally and professionally during her initial years while working in the physical research laboratory. She had to juggle throughout as a single parent, and professionally she is the only person working on experimental indirect astronomy in the country. In the year 2013, India's Department of Science and Technology awarded her the Women Excellence Award. She was conferred the Devendra Lal Memorial Medal in the San Francisco in 2019 for her groundbreaking discoveries in Earth and space sciences as a planetary scientist. So there are following schemes under the DST for women to approach them for the STEM. First is Kiran, knowledge involvement in research advancement through nurturing, embraces women exclusive schemes of DST with the mandate to bring gender parity in science and technology through gender mainstreaming. Different programs and components of Kiran deal with various crucial issues: break in career, primarily due to the family responsibilities, self-employment, part-time career, relocation, etc., faced by the women scientists in their career path. Women's Scientist Scheme is aimed to provide opportunities to women scientists and technologies for pursuing research in basic or applied sciences in frontier areas of the science and engineering. Women Scientist Scheme B is focused on science and technology solutions of challenges, issues at the grassroots level for social benefit. Under this segment, women scientists are required to work in the domain of lab to land technology development, its adaptation, transfer, and scaling up, and its primarily location specific interventions. Women Scientist Scheme C was the aim to create opportunity of self-employment and also sustainable career for the women scientists. The scheme provides 1 year internship in the domain of the intellectual property rights, IPRs, which include theory as well as hands-on training in law firms. Indo-US Fellowship for Women in STEM. The program provides opportunities to Indian women scientists, engineers, and technologists to undertake international collaborative research in premier institutions in USA to enhance their research capacities and capabilities. Women Entrepreneur Quest, WEC, is a comprehensive platform that provides mentoring, learning, networking opportunities for real business growth. The objective of this competition is to encourage, promote, and showcase technology startups founded by the women entrepreneurs. Science and Technology for Women. The program Science and Technology for Women under Kiran mandates to promote gender equality and empower women at grassroots level and inputs of science and technology through development, adaptation, adoption, transfer, demonstration, and replication of the appropriate and successful technologies. Women Technology Parks. These WPT act as a single window hub for convergence of diversified technologies, leading to socio-economic development of women through capacity building and adoption of location-specific technologies. Diverse technology areas like agriculture, including fishery, animal husbandry, horticulture technologies, aromatic and medicinal plant, forestry, alternatives, livelihoods, etc., from core areas of interventions for the women technology parks. Consolidation of university research for innovation and excellence in women, CURI, was launched in 2009 to strengthen the research and development infrastructure of women-only universities. This unique model of support has led to significant increase in number of quality publications, including papers in journals of the repute by the faculty and researchers of the beneficiary universities. Vigyan Jyoti, a dedicated program for girl students to pursue their career in science, engineering, and technology. The program aims to encourage and inspire girl students to pursue higher education and become self-reliant, and also offer exposure for the girl student coming from rural background to help understand how to plan their journey from school to college and thereafter from research to a job of their choice in the field of science. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation, ma'am. I'm sure many students must have be benefiting from this in the future. We would like to bring to our notice of the August gathering here that for the organization of the conference, we have received our blessings from Honorable Founder President, Ritanand Balved Education Foundation, Amity Group, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, Rajasthan, Dr. Asim Chauhan. We have also received best wishes from UGC CSR Director N. Kalai Selvi and Dr. Seema Rao, who is scientist with DRDO, for the conduction of the conference. It is a matter of great pride and honor to play host today to Dr. Ruhi Daya, Vice President, Amol Pharmaceuticals, Jaipur. She's an excellent example of women in STEM field who have excelled both as an academician and as an industry leader. She's presently working as Vice President, Horticulture in Amol Pharmaceuticals, and MNC in Jaipur, working on project for R&D in medicinal plants. She's been the former Vice Chancellor at Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, the only private women's state university running 116 programs, including agriculture. She has been former director, International Horticultural Training and Innovation Center under the government of Rajasthan, where she trained farmers, entrepreneurs, students, women group, NGOs, and government officials from India and many countries of the world. She's been trained as master trainer by Lentis Education Group, the Netherlands, PTC Plus Netherlands, Cravo Private Limited, Canada, in field of protected cultivation and retractable roof greenhouses. She's got exposure of many countries in the world. Her qualifications include a BSc from CSS University Hisar, followed by MSc, MPhil Horticulture and PhD Horticulture. In addition, an MBA in Agribusiness. Her total experience is about 30 years and plus. Also doing, Madam is also doing consultation with many FPOs of agriculture in state and farmers and entrepreneurs for horticulture department. From past 1 year, Ma'am has also been invited as a speaker at various platforms during seminar conferences in all aspects related to horticulture, agriculture, climate change, post-harvest management, and cold chain. May I now invite Madam to kindly enlighten our audience today.
Namaskar, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues, dear students, the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, offline and online. It really gives me an immense pleasure to be here in my ex-university. So, ma'am forgot to mention that I'm ex-Amithian. I have been working in Amity University from 2010 to 2013, looking after the agribusiness management department. I'm honored to be amongst you today, and it's a great opportunity to be part of this prestigious international conference on women and careers in STEM. Representations, challenges, opportunities, 2022, which has been organized at such a grand scale, jointly by Amity University, Rajasthan, and Department of Botany, University of Rajasthan. I'm highly grateful to the organizers of this international conference, and also grateful to the team AUR to give me once again, an opportunity to be amongst you. As always, and once again, AUR team under the visionistic aura of Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, Chief Patron and Honorable Founder President, and also great leadership of Dr. Asim Chauhan ji, Honorable Chancellor AUR, which have brought us all together under this great platform to share our thoughts and place before the global community a platter full of innovative approaches for further strengthening our girl students' presence in STEM field. The boys, please do not mind, we will only talk about women here. So I feel the energy, I feel the warmth, and it gives me great hope to see these shining faces, not only of the university, of the colleges, but also of the faces of the school girls who are amongst us. And all of this energy gives an immense potential that I see in the gathering today. I'm very thankful once again to the organizers and to the Dr. Amit Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Amity University, Rajasthan, in absentia, and Dr. Prasad, and the entire team, Dr. Aseri, Dr. Deepshika, and the entire team of my fresh colleagues and ex-colleagues who have again invited me here. So let me remind you that the faith and imagination, this is a reminder to all of us that the faith which we have and the imagination is the only thing which can allow us to traverse the highest mountains and cross the worst possible difficult situation of the roads and the paths. Also, but before we go to this, let me tell you that I strongly believe if you learn or have learned 3 virtues in your life and during your course of studies, the virtues of justice, the virtues of knowledge and integrity, you could transform yourself from being an ordinary human being to an extraordinary human being, phenomenal individuals, which provided your communal as well as the personal endeavors. Sometimes a student may come to you as a teacher or as a coordinator or as a leader. They may come with the question and ask you, what is knowledge? I'm sure their school children may be having this in their thoughts all the time when they enter their school. And we only talk about the knowledge, but what is knowledge? So the reply which we give them is, you should know, and you should also hold to serve. That is knowledge. And what you don't know, you hold to learn, and also you hold to serve. That is we call knowledge. So, ladies and gentlemen, students, girls and boys, let's think for a minute, just a minute, that what were we told in the earlier days? You all are so young. We are having a lot of generation gap here. But what were we told many years ago is why we enter the university. Why should we enter a university and the institution of learning? Only reason is to hold, to learn, and to serve. So if a true knowledge is really about serving others, or is it only about learning things for yourself? I think we have to ask ourselves each and every day what we learn. Do we have to keep it within ourselves, or do we have to share it? So now, long we have been speaking about what is STEM, what is the role of women in STEM. And let me give you a quote that Sir was talking, Professor Kothari was talking, and others also about gender biasness. Let me give you a quote about somebody you might have heard about, a woman, a lady with the name of Nancy Grace Roman. She is mother of Hubble telescope. So when she quoted this, she said, I still remember asking my high school teacher, this is especially for the school children, please note carefully. She asked her high school guidance teacher to take 2nd year of algebra instead of going for a 5th year of Latin. Not to have anything regarding the languages, Deepa ma'am, please excuse us, but she was not liking to take the language, yet she was very interested to take algebra. And I'm just relating this to our topic today, that her teacher, what did she say? She made a really bad face and she said, really, what a lady you are. How can a lady take a mathematics instead of Latin? Latin is much better than mathematics. So I'm sure Deepa ma'am is not agreeing with that. But also we do not condemn any kind of subject. So these were the attitude, not only today, but it was there in the earlier days as well. We have n number of students today, maybe in Amity, Rajasthan, I'm not sure how many girls, but maybe more than half. They may be girls students who are studying in different streams. So it is a pleasure to see the girls are coming, the women is approaching the science field, the women is, and there is a myth, as Professor Kothari mentioned, there is a myth, not only in Asian countries, even in the European countries. It used to be there, nowadays it is lesser, because now everybody has that phobia of women entering the field. So therefore they used to have this myth that the girl student is less intelligent in mathematics and less intelligent in science as compared to the boy student. So earlier, whenever the student used to ask, the parents, we used to face the parents used to ask, what will you be? What do you want to do in your future? The moment you used to say science, so everybody, sabke kaan khare ho jate hain, ye kya hai? Why should you go for science? So go for arts, do something like that. Next people who used to ask us and address us were our peer groups, and then followed by relatives, so on, the village people, the city people, anyone who used to come across the girls, कि आप क्या बनना चाहते हैं? So most of the girls, they were scared of saying, I want to become a mathematician or I want to become a scientist. But they used to say, yes, I want to become a doctor or an engineer. I'm sure you all are aware, for past many years, not only in India, but abroad, there has been a huge wave of only becoming a doctor or becoming an engineer. And now the scenario after COVID has reversed back. Again, the engineering is not given so much importance. Maybe the health sector is better and the education sector, of course. So within this period of time changes, so we have ample opportunities to become, and sir had mentioned, Prasad sir had mentioned about the astronaut, Indian astronauts, European astronauts, the female astronauts now catching up with their counterpart, male astronauts. And many countries are trying to send more of women along with their male counterparts to space. And there is another example which I wanted to mention to you about the mathematician who used to be a lady. And the first lady, I'm not sure even if any of the school children are aware, but there was no bar at that time in the traditional olden days, in the history, in centuries back, I'm talking about. India has a very rich history of mathematics, astrology. So during those days, even most of the parts of the countries in the world, like Egypt, like Persia, like India, they were quite rich in astrology and mathematics. And there was no bar that what women can do and not do in the ancient days. Ancient history, if we say, so women could contribute to the society. And not only that, they could be at same level with their most of the male counterparts. So there was a most famous astrolabe, which was a lady. And this lady was the only lady which could handle the astrological equipments. Astrolabe is an instrument with which they used to study the cosmos, and also they used to map the stars. So this lady, her name was Mariam Astrolabi. She was from Syria in the 10th century. Can you imagine in the 10th century, some lady become an astrologer? But now if we, in India and other parts of the world, if we say there is a lady astrologer, nobody will approach her. They will not believe that she is capable of doing and judging the stars. So what I mean to say is not only this mathematics and the science. Let me tell you a case study of myself present in front of you. As a child in a school, we all had this vision that we all want to become a doctor someday. Isn't it? The school children. I'm sure most of you also are trying to give these examinations to become a doctor. See, I'm not from India. I'm from Iran, originally by birth. When I was 5 years old, my father died suddenly. And I could not understand why he died. So later on, when I grew up, I came to know he died of a small heart attack. But since the doctors were not available at that time to receive him and to take care of him and to attend to him, he died on the spot. And since then, it was in my mind that if my father has died like that, then I should be a doctor to save so many lives. And I was very keen. I was taking science. But at the same time, my mother, she was not keen that I should be a medical doctor. Why? She had her own reasons. I'm not sure till yet. But she used to say, you should not go to become a medical doctor because there are n number of medical doctors. So why can't you become an agriculture doctor? And she was a illiterate woman. She had no education, but she was very keen that one of her daughters should be an agriculture scientist. And I still remember I used to, I got the opportunity to go to France and I passed all the examinations, but unfortunately, something happened to the country which I could not go. At the same time, I applied for India through ICR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and I got a scholarship from them. So when I came, I was in a daze because you see, we don't speak in English, we don't speak in Hindi. Majority Hindi बिल्कुल नहीं, English भी हम नहीं बोलते, हम सिर्फ फारसी बोलते हैं ईरान में, पढ़ते तो जरूर है. So in 1979, when first time I came, sir, I was in a daze. I was like the school children. I had no language to speak, and I was pushed in a class of 56 boys. सो आप सोच सकते हैं कि आप अकेले लड़की इस टाइम तो आप चैलेंज कर सकते हो, बट 79 में आप चैलेंज नहीं कर सकते थे. So I challenged myself, and because my mother, she was a strong pillar behind me that I have to be a doctor in agriculture. So from the day one, I challenged that I will surpass my boys in the class. So they tried to trouble me because of language problems, sir. वो जातों को, I don't know how many of you are from Haryana. So I entered Haryana. That was my first attempt to be, facing people in the language as well as culture. तो हम क्लास में बैठे और सारे लड़के हरियाणवी में बोलना शुरू कर दिया सर. And I was like a spinning, कि ये कौन सा भाषा है, ये कौन से, I thought they are from some other planet. So later on, anyway, time passed and we started becoming friends also. And right now we are very good friends with my classmates, and they miss me so much because at that time they didn't realize my value. तो अब हमने उनको चैलेंज किया कि जो भी तुम A ग्रेड लाओगे उसके हम A+ लेके दिखाएंगे. Many of you must be from rural background. You know how to drive a tractor. I'm sure many people who are farmers' children also, they don't know how to drive a tractor. So we had a course of tractor driving, and the big challenge in front of me, not only by my teachers, but my peer group also, that she will get a F grade and she will fail in tractor driving because she is a girl. उसको भी हमने चैलेंज करके A ग्रेड ले लिया. तो हमने ये एग्रीकल्चर क्यों चैलेंज में लिया? बिकॉज माई मदर शी हैड ए ड्रीम दैट आई शुड बी एग्रीकल्चर साइंटिस्ट. तो हमने ये भी चैलेंज एक्सेप्ट कर लिया. एंड देन थ्रू ऑल दिस अप्स एंड डाउन्स ऑफ दोज डेज 40 years back, what all we faced, you cannot even imagine. So I decided to pick up this challenge and to do it till the last moment. So today, wherever I am in this field of agriculture science, because many people think agriculture is different and science is different. No, it is the same. And these days after pandemic, many of engineers, many of doctors have shifted into this science of agriculture. Why? Because we study not only agriculture, we study science, we study biology, we study mathematics, we study statistics, algebra, all kind of things we study before we become a scientist in agriculture. Because again, it is a mathematics. Now, another case I wanted to tell you is my own adopted son, whom he went into science and he hated maths. So he studied here till class 12 in Jayashree Parival International School. And the only things which he was not liking was physics and maths. But he said, I want to become a doctor. So how can you become a doctor without physics and maths, ma'am? So what he did, he studied here. They had the option. These days, the education in schools are flexible. You can select any subject you want. So he got an admission in Erasmus Medical University in Netherlands, in Rotterdam. At the same time, he challenged himself. He passed 2 examinations in Dutch, in physics and mathematics. And he became second in the class. Then he joined BSc honors in maths engineering in Delft University. So now I'm after his life. तुम 2 डिग्री लेके क्या करोगे? इन दोनों में क्या रिश्ता है? मैथ्स में और इंजीनियरिंग में और मेडिकल में क्या मतलब? खिचड़ी पका दे हैं. तो इसके यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड. आजकल ये सारे सब्जेक्ट्स जो है इंटर रिलेटेड हो गई है साइंस. So when I asked him, how many girls are there in your class, any friend you have? Mathematics में तो कोई भी नहीं है. एक गिने चुने 1-2 है. Just imagine in the Europe, in the Netherlands, there are only 2-3 girls in the mathematics and engineering. Most of people are in the medical side or law and other subjects, of course. So this is a challenge which we all have to take as a girl, as a female, even in the workplace, as a workforce. The number and percentage, if we go into statistics, is very, very few. It is next to negligible. But due to schemes of the government of India and other parts of the world, the women is getting preferences these days, because every employment opportunities you get, it is written equal opportunity for women. How far they give, that is another question mark. But why there is this gap? Still this gap exists because we feel that the female is incapable of reaching to the highest position in the society. Whereas time and again from ancient days till now, women has proved that yes, we can also get the best opportunities. If we are provided, we can get to the topmost positions in our jobs. When I became Vice Chancellor of the university, the first thing somebody asked me that how much money did you pay to become Vice Chancellor as a woman? This was the first question asked by some people, some male counterparts, although they knew that I have gone through a rigorous interview also. And when I became director of the International Horticulture Center, there were only males and I was the only female to attempt the interview. So when I was selected for that particular interview, the Minister of Agriculture of those days asked the gentleman, the chairperson of the committee, that why have you selected a female? We don't need a female, we need a male to run the institute. He said, I challenged, later on he told me that I'll ask you to meet the honorable minister. And I challenged him, sir, the female will do better for us than the male. So when he introduced me to honorable minister, the first meeting, he said, हाँ अब तो ठीक है, अब ठीक चल रहा है, हाँ बढ़िया कर दिया आपने, female select कर दिया. But again I had challenges to face, a lot of challenges because of male dominated agriculture in the department. But still we overcome those challenges. When I became Vice Chancellor, again I had the same issue. So you can imagine from 1979 till now, of course not now, in the multinational companies, they prefer women. They prefer women of high quality, high education, good experience, and the salary packages are equal, resources are absolutely equal, and they respect women to the topmost. But you can see in this period, I had challenged myself, I challenged the society, and I tried my best to prove every time, at every stage, in your house, you are proving to your husband, to your children, you are the best, you can do it. You can make the best food, you can take care of the house in a very proper manner. Again, when you can go to a school, it's the same thing. You go to college, it's the same thing. You go to a job, it's the same thing. So in science and technology also is the same thing. Again and again, the women has to prove themselves. But I'm sure in a very near future, things are going to change the way schemes are coming up for the women, and the way the women is performing in their job circle, in their platforms, various national, international platforms. And particularly if you enter an international platform, you see the first preference is given to women every time. In any conferences, any platforms, maybe your college, maybe your school, anywhere, the preference is given to the female first, then the male. And I'm sure in India is also, of course, it is changing. It will keep on changing. Only one condition is there. And let me quote that condition for you. You must listen to this very carefully. I feel empowered when my work is respected and appreciated by others. Together with my voice and my opinion, women of STEM in international platform, they say success is the best revenge. I hope you understand the meaning of that. If we get success as a female, whatever revenge we wanted to take against the female, we can take it. So I'm not saying take revenge, but the only thing you can do is to bring success in your life and in your platform, wherever you may be, in mathematics, in science, in medical, in agriculture. So my audience, the girls, the students of the school, you have to brainwash yourself. You have to make yourself more stronger, more powerful in what you believe and in what you want to do. You have to be very clear. You have to be an entrepreneur. You have to be a visionistic person. Then only you will get success in whatever endeavors you have. And I'm sure nothing can beat science at any time. But we suggest there is a solution. Why not the arts people should also join hands with the science? Why can't the art person, the person who is from arts background, come into the science and help and join hands with the science to make it a better and bigger world with better opportunities for each and every individual on this planet? And we have to save the planet in this manner. Thank you so much. And I wish all of you a very successful conference, and also a very best for your future endeavors as a students, as faculties, as member of this planet. Thank you so much once again to the team and to AUR. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May I introduce our audience now to our guest of honor, Dr. Archana Lakhani, who is Scientist G in UGC Department of Atomic Energy, Consortium for Scientific Research, University Campus, Indore. She has completed postdoctoral fellow at Institute for Plasma Research, Gandhinagar from 2005 to 6, and was also cryogenic scientist in ultra low temperature division in Oxford, UK from 2006 to 7. She joined UGC DAE CSR Indore as scientist in 2007. Madam's research areas of interest are physical properties, study of physical properties at low temperatures and high magnetic fields, functional magnetic materials, strongly correlated electron system. She received a Madhya Pradesh Young Scientist Award in 2006, APS grant in 2010, and National Scholarship for highest marks in BSc. She has published more than 100 papers in reputed journals and has been invited as a resource person at various national and international conferences in India and abroad. May I now invite Madam to kindly address the gathering.
Hi, good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank all the dignitaries here and the organizers for giving me this very nice chance to visit this place as well as participate in this unique conference. Thank you very much. All the office bearers, especially Dr. Prasad, Dr. Kothari, our chief guest, Madam Deepa, and the two leading ladies of this conference who have conceptualized this theme of the conference and materialized it in this form, Dr. Deepa and Dr. Aditi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much again. So yeah, after listening such beautiful and thought-provoking address by Dr. Kothari, Dr. Prasad, and our chief guest, their struggles and their interest to make, to give the society something unique for the women also. That is really very inspiring for me to see here. And what I want to address, because everybody has almost everything has been already spoken. But what I think is the positive point about particularly this conference as well as the national scenario, that people are interested in going ahead. Whatever scene we have today, that everybody wants to progress from here. And if we look at the struggles, which Professor Daya also told, the way she had to struggle to come up to this stage from 1979 to 2022. And we have seen that many women, which Dr. Prasad also addressed, we have seen many women has struggled in the initial days to a great extent to come up and to prove themselves. In the earlier scenario, women had to really prove hard. They had to work hard, not only apart from the work-life balance, but in every aspect of the life, in their career, they had to really prove everything. They had to work hard. They had to think in both. They had to be extremely strong in terms of physical as well as mental strength. So that time it was really tough. But the positive point is now the scene has changed for better. Now there are various policies. There are various people who want to extend their support. There are people who are supporting this kind of conferences so that you youngsters can benefit from those. You can find out what you have been given a very nice overview by Madam from Rajasthan University. She gave you a very nice overview of the schemes available with us. So I would say to start with a positive note that the situation is not really bad. Situation has improved, but still, as Dr. Kothari also mentioned, according to a recent report from Niti Aayog, if we look at the numbers, we have seen that there are many students, young girl students, who come for the STEM education in science, technology, and mathematics. But what happens is they are 43%. They comprise of 43% of STEM education in India. That means people are coming in engineering and science background. Girls are coming up, but they are dropping at the higher level because they can't persist their career for a long time in this particular STEM field. Maybe because they find it hard and it's not possible to do this work-life balance together. And this is generally, everybody understands that they have dual responsibility. They have dual responsibility of career and their profession as well as in family life also. So it becomes especially hard, and they have to put more efforts, and they have to prove also, because one is to prove efforts for a longer time, and another is to face the challenges in the environment because they are in the minority situation. It was already quoted that there are not much role models. There are not much inspirations. So like Madam said, she told about struggles, her own struggles. Once somebody has proven, and they become really our role model. So from there we can learn, but they are less. So it should be seen that this kind of role models how these role models who have already proved can inspire our youngsters. So I think this type of conferences will be very helpful in motivating young students and girls. Not only young students and girls, but males can also put more and more efforts, and whatever situation they have, they can progress from there as well. They can go much ahead. So so as we see that the drop at the higher education is very large. So once the students who have passed out their graduation, they go for some of them can go to post graduation, and very less females, very less women go for the much higher educations like PhD, and even lesser for the postdoc positions. So survey has been conducted on this. For postdoc positions, much less women are there. And at the top, especially in research institutes, even in premier research institutes like IITs, IISCs, this UGC, DA, CSIR, there are very, very few people at the faculty positions and extremely rare at the top positions. So this scene should change. And for that, I think this kind of conferences and the policymakers should make some more policies so that this gap between the educated girls and choosing their career and continuing their career could be minimized, or it should be completely should go away. So for this, I think there are many challenges which one should look into. First thing which I feel is we should give a supportive and a very attractive atmosphere for women who pursue career or who want to pursue. So attractive, so that they can be attracted, women can be attracted in this kind of STEM careers, and supportive atmosphere so that they can continue in this kind of atmosphere. Usually it is considered that women is considered attractive on terms of beauty or in terms of social skills. But we have seen that there is no difference in intelligence, in their intelligence level. Because I myself, I guide my students. I have 75%. I have 4 currently at present in today's scene. I have 4 students, PhD students with me, and 3 of them are girls. And I have seen they are no way lacking in any aspect. So they are equally intelligent, they can work hard. The only thing is a little motivation and support, organizational and support from the authorities is required. So if that is there, I think they even perform much better because of their perseverance. So what I feel is supportive atmosphere, attractive atmosphere in terms of good organizational benefits. Like they should be, I feel they should be given a good housing. They should be given good medical facilities. They could be given good transport facilities so that they can commute well. They can have good work-life balance because of these, these organizational benefits. Another thing is, I feel they should be, what we can do is, as in from the policymakers, what we expect is there should be frequent, frequent gaps in the career. If that is accommodated, I think more women will continue in this particular career. And also, if we can have them flexible timings, because it's not always, and especially I feel female is not meant for strict 9 to 5 or continuous work performance kind of thing. So if there are some little flexible timings, it would be better for women. Actually, it is very healthy for everybody, but for women especially, flexible timings would help. And then for work-life balance, supportive atmosphere, not only from family, and also the inspiration and support from the leading organizational and their heads also. So I think this would change the scene, and definitely from the positive scene we are today, we will be able to have much better scenario and we'll improve the situation. So I thank again all the coordinators, all the dignitaries on the dais, and I welcome all the participants. And anyway, we are going to have the brainstorming session all throughout the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your very important and significant thoughts on the occasion. May I now request Ms. Mansi Pandey, if she can join us. Our guest of honor, Ms. Mansi Pandey, she has completed Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Science from Rajiv Gandhi University, Bhopal, India. She is also software manager at Arch Capita and has 18 years of experience in software project management and implementing technically challenging projects. She has been leading a global delivery team for the past 15 plus years, ensuring organization success by constantly identifying and training new talent on software development best practices, market trends, and innovation using latest technology trends. She has expertise in technologies such as Java i8, J2EE Spring, Angular 13, JavaScript, HTML, Hibernate, JPA, etc. She got Pega Certified System Architect, AI ML Certified from Stanford University, and has received Arch Innovation Challenge Winner Award in 2021 and Arch Achieve Winner Award in 2017. So I request Madam Pandey to kindly deliver her thoughts on today's occasion.
Hello, this is Mansi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm not sure if you guys can see me. Can you see me?
Ma'am, just in a few minutes, the IT team is working on that. Yeah, so participants can see, but it is not visible here. Okay, yes, ma'am, you are visible now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Hello, namaste. I'm Mansi Pandey, and thank you for my introduction. I would like to start by saying a quote by Martin Fowler, who is the founder of Netscape. I hope you guys know what's Netscape. Netscape is a web browser, was a web browser, popular back in the day. So he said that the speed of computer and internet will put all the jobs out there in the job market in two categories. people who tell the computers what to do, or people who are told by the computers what to do. And I'm proud that I represent the first category. I am in the category where I can tell the computer what to do. I'm a software programmer, and that's how I progressed my career. Currently, I'm a software manager, and I'm happy that I'm addressing this young crowd out there who will potentially step into the job market and probably be in the driving seats of computer programming and would onset this new era, this exciting era in computer science and technology. So you've already heard about me, who I am, and my skill set. I'm a full stack computer software developer. I have hands-on on many many computer science technologies. Currently, I am working for Arch Capital, which is a mortgage insurance company. What that means is, in very simple terms, if you go out into the market and if you are looking for a house, you reach out to a bank looking for a loan. And to the bank, you submit your documents, right? Your loan application, your salary slip, where are you buying your house, some documents around your house and your property. So the bank reviews all those documents. There's a person sitting at the bank called an underwriter who looks at those documents and they approve or not approve your loan. So I am working in Arts Capital where we have automated this process. There is no underwriter looking at your loan application. It's a computer, an AI ML algorithm looking at the documents that you have submitted, and if it passes all the rules that the AI ML algorithm has written, then your loan will be automatically approved without any human interaction. So this is a cutting edge technology in fintech space. We are the front runners in this one. And this not just saves time for my organization, but also immensely saves money. We are able to onboard more loans in the same amount of time by reducing the load on the human workforce in my company. So the reason I have told you all of this, a little bit of my background, is because I wanted to talk about my experience as a woman. Well, first as a software developer, and then eventually as a woman in technology, as to what did I had to go through, and hopefully inspire you. And my experience here in United States, I would also like to share a little bit insight on what I have seen here and what do I feel you guys can benefit from. So when I started my career, I started with Infosys actually, and I was put into training and I was asked to train in COBOL. And my first job was to start programming in mainframes, COBOL, which has nothing to do with what I did in my BE. I studied, as you guys might be studying, Java, C++, some data, and right, you will be studying AI/ML. So I did something similar. I had never looked at a mainframe machine or seen what a COBOL program looks like. So I immediately understood that the first trait that I need in order to survive in this career is agility. I have to adapt to the changing environment. And not just as a woman, but anybody who's stepping into computer science, IT in this era has to be agile to be able to adapt to the changing demands. Right now it's Java, tomorrow it can be Go, any other programming language. They are evolving, every day. So you have to be agile. The second thing that is very important in IT specifically is that you have to have knowledge of basics. You should have a very strong hold on the programming language basics, data structures, algorithms and design. And you should just not go and Google your code. For everybody who's studying computer science, if your professor gives you a problem to solve using computer program, you probably go on to Google and start typing, look for some sample code, do Control-C, Control-V, and you think you're done. Absolutely not. You should go and make sure that your code is understandable, it is testable, it is maintainable, it is upgradable. That's the trait of a good computer science programmer. So you should, doesn't matter which stream you're stepping into, you should have a very strong hold on your basics. As it also said, the very famous quote from Three Idiots, it says, excellence ke piche bhago, success apne aap aapke piche aayegi. So in here also in computer science, when you're writing code, it should be excellent and you will be rewarded. Then the next thing that is very important is that you should know your strength. So again, in IT, computer science, you may join in as a developer, you may join in as a tester, which is nothing but a developer who writes programs for testing a computer program. So you're still a software programmer, but you are just writing code in a different way. You may also be a business analyst. So anybody who's aspiring to become a computer software engineer in that room, and if you're stepping into IT company, please do not think that you will enter in as a programmer. You may enter in varieties of jobs, but you have to find what is your strength. And specifically women out there, if you think that you are very strong in mathematics, problem solving, analytical skills, excellent space for you to either be any of these, right? So, but you have to find what is your stronghold. Are you someone who can catch mistakes? That means, can you be a tester, a QA analyst? Or are you someone who is good at finding solution to fundamental problem? Then developer. Are you good at communication, talking to people, English language, or interpreting a business person's words into technical? Then you are a business analyst. So you should find what is your strength as you're stepping in. It will take some time. It is not quick. It will take some time, but you should figure out where do you fit in. And lastly, and this is true for any field, I have heard folks over there, members of the panels, chief guests, all very learned people talk about their experience in mathematics and biology. It doesn't matter where you are. So similarly in technology, you have to be constantly learning. Looking from me as an example, I started with COBOL, then I learned Java, I learned Angular, I learned JavaScript, HTML, I learned AI, ML. You have to be a lifelong learner in order to be successful. Again, doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman, you have to constantly learn in order to be successful and be where you want to be. Finally, I would like to throw some light on where technology is heading. And this is very important for you guys to listen to very carefully, because IT across the world has just overtaken, as I've said, there are primarily two types of jobs. It can be people who tell the computers what to do, or people who are being told by the computers what to do. So touching on a few examples over there, my colleague, my friend, works for LabCorp. LabCorp is a company over here. It's a medical company. They make or test pharmaceuticals, medicines. They do human trials on using the recently launched medicines or even ongoing medicines. So they have designed a software program that can predict certain types of diseases on patients based on their test results. So it's a computer program. You go to the hospital, doctor does some tests on you, it is feed it into a computer, and data is collected for thousands of patients. And using that data, analytics are running in LabCorp currently, and that program can predict what disease you might have, not right now, but in future, based on the test result that you're getting. FinTech is another stream where there is a lot of advancements in science and technology. There is streaming data services that I myself worked on, where we had to pull in a lot of stock market data within flip seconds and show it to the user. If you can imagine that data, imagine how many stocks are there in the world. Each stock has a price for a given day. You have to show that price. You have to show the price in the last 5 minutes to 1 hour to the past 10 years for each stock. That's just huge amount of data, and you cannot have the user waiting on their phone to finish all that data, finish streaming. So streaming APIs are popular. Blockchain is another buzzword that you might have heard or heard it over the internet. Cloud services, IoT, cyber security. In 2021, a cyber attack on Colonial Pipeline here in United States had cost them $5 million, and it inflated the gas prices just because it did not have enough strong cyber security. Can you hear me, guys? No? Okay, all right.
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Thank you. So similarly, IBM is working on building quantum cybersecurity keys using quantum computing. This is again very cutting edge technology. They are building cybersecurity keys that cannot be broken because they're simply based on principle of quantum uncertainty. And that I'll let your professors to explain what is quantum uncertainty. But again, just to tell you that very, very exciting space in IT right now for both men and women. So the reason I was touching on this was that here, specifically in United States, there is a lot of push on diversity. And by diversity, I mean, it is not just diversity in gender that is being entertained, but also diversity in race, color, race and color, and several other areas. So with that, there are a lot of opportunities available for women specifically, but the primary reason for me talking about all of these is that you have to be good. That is the fundamental thing, and you have to be tenacious. You have to keep a hold on what you're doing. You have to keep doing and be good at it. Giving you some small numbers, and I think India is better at it, and it has been touched in the past. There is 48% women population in India. 36% of them typically take up STEM in colleges. There is about 32% women in science, in computer science. Less than 12% of them stay in core technology beyond 5 years. So a person like me who has about 17 to 18 years of experience, you won't see a person like me frequently, even in United States, who is in core tech job. So the reason for that is women drop out after 5 years because of all the reasons that I have touched on, because they are not, a person is not agile. They give up studying. Because in IT, you have to constantly keep up with your knowledge, with what is going on right now. So because we do that, women do that. And it's because of, they have responsibilities at home. We've already talked about several reasons. They give up. So I implore people out there, women out there, to not do that. And I also request the men out there sitting, looking for a working wife, when you look out to marry, please help her out in all the household activities. Please do an equal share so that your wife can, or the female counterpart can do equally, and we'll have more C-level females out there. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much, Mansi ma'am. Thank you so much. And we look forward to your presence during the panel discussion as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. In the presence of all the dignitaries assembled here, I request Chief Guest Madam Ruidaya ma'am to kindly release the e-souvenir of the conference.
Thank you. Wishing you all very best.
I would like to inform our audience that the souvenir of the conference is already published with Notion Press and is available on Amazon for sale. So if you click here on the link, it takes you to Amazon. So the book is available here. Thank you so much. I now request Conference Chair Dr. Deepshikha Rathod to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to everyone. The vibration of gratitude attracts more positive things to our lives. It gives me immense pleasure in delivering the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of WSTEM 2022 to all the dignitaries assembled here. I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. Ruhi Dahiya ma'am, Vice President Amol Pharmaceuticals, who honored his conference with her presence and inspirational thoughts. I feel privileged to express gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. Archana Lakhani ma'am, as we already introduced, software manager Mansi Pandey, and esteemed panelists, they will be joining in few minutes. Dr. Lubna Amir from University of Hayal, Saudi Arabia, and Dr. Neha Tiwari from NIIT University Nimrana for their valuable presence during the inaugural session of WSTEM 2022. My heartfelt gratitude to sponsor for the program DST Purse by Professor S.L. Kothari sir, Vice President STIF and Chief Advisor of WSTEM 2022 for all their support, both financial and motivational. I, on behalf of the organizing team of the conference, would like to extend gratitude to our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Chancellor, Dr. Asim Chauhan, Vice Chancellor, Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar, Professor Amit Jain sir, for their constant inspirational to organize such events for higher academic pursuits. I would fail in my duty if I don't mention the unconditional guidance, motivation, and support provided by General Chairs of WSTEM 2022, Professor Jagdish Prasad sir, HOI of MIT School of Applied Sciences, and Dr. Deepa Chakrabarti ma'am, HOI MIT School of Languages. I would also like to express my gratitude to all the committee members, faculty members, supporting staff, students, our BTech students especially, and school students, Dhruv Public School, Jaipur, and the faculty members of the school. Our IT cell, admission and marketing cell of the university for their support to the session. I thank all the honorable delegates of this conference once again for showing interest to WSTEM 2022, hoping for a day full of interesting activities ahead for all of us. Thanks a lot again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So I request all the students to remain seated here, and I request the faculty member with the school students to take them for the round of the exhibition, which we have put up outside, ma'am. And I request the dignitaries to kindly proceed to VIP lounge for refreshment. Students kindly remain seated. Now, this is for the information of all of the audience gathered here, that this session is a panel discussion on women scientists and their experience abroad. So I welcome our chief guest, Ruhidaya ma'am, and our guest of honor, Archana ma'am, to kindly grace the dais. Also, we have two more resource persons for the session, Ms. Mansi Pandey. Since we have already been introduced to the three resource persons present, and we have a fourth resource person joining us from the Middle East. So let me introduce Dr. Lubna Amir to the audience. Dr. Lubna Amir is born and she was born and she grew up in India and completed her PhD from Manit, Bhopal in 2011. She's been awarded by Young Science Award in Physics by Government of Madhya Pradesh in 2010 and has served Manit for 2 years. She has also set up the Nanotechnology Research Laboratory on the site. She has published many research papers in SCI journals and has guided many masters. At present, she is Associate Professor at University of Hale, KSA. She's an active researcher in the field of synthesis of nanocomposites and their application in PN diodes and sensors. She has undertaken one international project and currently handling 2 international projects as principal investigator funded by Deanship of Scientific Research, University of Hale. Now for the panel discussion, may I invite on stage the moderator for the session, our very young, brilliant scientist, Mr. Rishiraj Rathore, who will be acting as the moderator of the session.
Hello, check. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, and I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the panelists for the panel discussion with the theme Women in STEM and International Experience. So I welcome Professor Ruhidaya ma'am from Amol Pharmaceuticals and Dr. Archana Lakhani ma'am from UGCDA CSR, Mrs. Mansi Pandey, who is a software manager at Arch Capita USA, and Dr. Lubna Amir, who is an associate professor at University of Hale, Saudi Arabia. I welcome you all, ma'am, esteemed and established ladies in STEM. So I would like to point it out to the audience that yesterday I received a call from Mr. Karan. You know Mr. Karan? He said that he's very envious of the fact that I'm getting a chance to interview these esteemed ladies. Coffee with Karan, right? Yeah, so he was super envious that I'm getting this opportunity to interview these esteemed ladies. So ma'am, the idea behind having this panel discussion was to understand and learn from the stories you have had in your journey. And it will also act as a guiding light for all these students and also the working professionals in the STEM sector. So ma'am, with your permission, my first question, and there is no order as such, whosoever is willing to answer first can please take the question up. So my first question is, what or who motivated you to pursue a career in STEM field?
I think I'll start with that.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, I'm so proud to be in Coffee with Karan, although he never invites me. But anyway, so this is a very interesting question. Actually, all of us should ask ourselves, who has motivated us and who will be motivating us in our lives? As we have been discussing, एक role model होना चाहिए. We should always have a motivator or a role model. I think our success comes because of that. So it can be parents, it can be your friends, it can be your relatives. In my case, personally, it was my mother. As I mentioned in my opening address, that she was very keen woman in agriculture. She was very keen for agriculture. She used to do planting, she used to do gardening. And as a child, I used to see her how she's struggling to feed us through whatever she's growing. That was very interesting for me. So I think my mother was having this vision that you should exceed to a level, the highest level of education. Maybe because she was not educated herself, or maybe because she wanted to have good children with good education in the society. I don't know what was in her mind, but yes, she motivated me to reach to where I am today. And although it was a challenge at that time, as I mentioned earlier, so if a doctor, so doctor can be not only in medical, because earlier we used to think only doctors are in medical doctors. We didn't know there is something called agriculture doctor. We didn't know something is called mathematics doctor, PhD in mathematics, statistics. Those were very new to us, but you people are quite lucky कि these days you have ample opportunity. इतने आपके सामने branches है, इतना choices है, ample choices that sometimes you get confused. मैं किस field में जाऊँ? But yes, my motivator was my mother. God bless her soul. I hope I have done justice to what she wanted me to be, and to her dreams come true. When she was alive, she was very proud. And now that she's not there, I hope she's still feeling good that I'm reached to this level. So parents are my first motivators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So ma'am said that her mother and her parents were the biggest motivation for choosing STEM field. I would like to pass on the question to the other panelists.
Yeah, can I answer?
Yes, ma'am, sure. Dr. Lubna Amir, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Lubna. Well, actually the main motivation behind my choice of going to choose science is my school, my teachers who teach me science. They teach so well that I really start imagining science everywhere in my life, especially the physics. That is why I am a doctorate in physics. So I used to see whatever my teacher teaches me in school. I used to see and experience all those things in my real life, like how is the momentum, how we move, what are the forces acting on this. So I think the school is the base that makes perception of any person to move ahead in the life. So my motivator is my school, my teachers, especially the science teachers that motivated me to find my career in STEM. This is just a small answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So for Dr. Lubna Amir, school was the biggest motivation. So we have school students here, a lot of school students. You might be motivated from your teachers and your school as well. Yeah, I would like to pass on the question to the other panelist, Archana ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. I'm also very happy to be on this panel discussion. So yeah, this question is really a very basic question, which I have asked sometimes earlier also to myself. And I always feel as Madam said, the motivation starts at home. So I also used to see my mother, but my mother is not, she wasn't as fond of science, or she's from humanities. But because of her choices of family life as well as in career, she was somehow interested in taking me science as a career. So because she herself is from language, she's a post-graduation in Hindi, but somehow she felt that had she got an opportunity of education in science, she would have done better. And that's what she used to feel, because she was, I know she was a school teacher and she used from me when I was in school. So I saw she is very good at mathematics. Had she given a chance, she would have been she would have been very good at mathematics. So she inspired me initially that I should go for science. And later on, my journey to become a scientist as average as I am, it so happens that because of circumstances and the choices given to us at that time, it was only to become engineer or doctor. The craze was in the STEM fields, it was engineer or doctor, not doctor, as ma'am said, doctor of physics or doctor of mathematics or doctor in humanities. It was a medico doctor. So I was like not much interested in medical field because of these things, because of dissecting the animals and all. So I used to find it a bit disgusting. But I was very much interested in solving these empirical, logical sciences and questions in mathematics at my school level. So yeah, and that way I started my journey in the STEM.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think for all three of you, the motivation came in the early school days itself. That's a fantastic thing. Now I would like to pass on the question to Mrs. Mansi Pandey, ma'am.
Thank you for your question. Actually, my answer is probably very similar and a mixture of all the answers that have already been given. For me, also motivation started from my family. My father, who is a scientist, he's a professor in physics, Amity University Vice Chancellor, Raipur. He was primary motivator for me to get into STEM for both me and my sister. However, both of us chose not learn physics, but we both chose to learn computer science. And that motivation came from our teachers in our school. We were just entering school where computer science was being taught from 5th grade onwards. And that is when we were pushed into participate into competitions. And luckily my motivation or the trigger was when I won a competition when I wrote a computer program in school, and I won state level. And that just excited me. My teachers motivated and promoted my idea, and they gave me the opportunity. And that just started my career from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, ma'am, like Mansi ma'am mentioned, there was some trigger, like some competition or some achievement which motivated you even further. Is there any story like that with you as well? Some competition which made you feel as if like this is what I want to do in future as well?
Well, with me, yes, it was always there in a school. I was very fond of, experimenting. So much reverse of my other friends in a school, which they were not preferring experimenting, but they just wanted to have something ready-made. So for me was when I used to see that new things, I used to get excited about them. Yes, during a school, I used to participate in a lot of competitions. Not, of course, agriculture was not part of it, but let me tell you, because in Iran, in those days, we had a system of education, which is right now in your National Education Policy 2022, which is going to be implemented. So at that time, during my school days, we had this system of education, which had been brought from France to Iran. That also was experimented by the government of Iran. And I was the first batch of that system of education, whereby they used to teach us entrepreneurship in a school. And our system of education was very flexible. So during our course of schooling, we had to select some subject out of a basket, just like Amity University has a basket course. So out of that basket, we had to choose maybe engineering part, the motors, the machinery, the cars, agriculture, medical, some type of this type of a scheme and courses we were taught in the school. So with that, we used to be very competitive and innovative. That is how I also started learning so many new things and innovations. And because of those competitions, I had to pass this examination before coming to India. This was a test done by Indian Council of Agriculture Research, whereby entire India sits for that examination. So, but there was only quota for foreigners, only 4 students and 4 seats all over India are permitted to be passed and getting the seat. So that was the biggest challenge for me, because then I was not here and I had to give that examination in my own country in English, which was again a bigger competition for me. And luckily or fortunately, I passed that examination and I'm here today.
Daya ma'am had been super bright student since her early childhood days.
Not really. I was the dumbest student, but yes, I was I was a fighter, but not very intelligent, but I was a fighter. I passed with good marks in my 12th. That is why I got a scholarship when I came here.
That's great.
इतना तो सब बच्चे इंटेलिजेंट है, सब पास करते हैं अच्छे मार्क्स.
So kind of you, ma'am. Would anyone else like to share their story where they had some achievement in their school or college journey which motivated them to even excel further in that area? Any such story? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. as an achievement at the early stage, as I said, my journey to become scientist is as average as I am. So during school days, I was a very average student. But at my home, it was, my father used to say, below 60 is fail for me. So I used to struggle for that, not struggle, but I used to feel it is easy. 60 is easy, but I used to starve for 75 or so marks in every subject like that. So mathematics, I used to really work for that because I used to sit, one has to sit and solve the problems for that. So that gave me an impression that without sitting and doing things properly, you cannot achieve good marks in mathematics and science. So that gave me a habit of doing regularly some solving mathematical problems. So when I came for my BSc, it so happened that my this habit once or even thrice in every month, there was a surprise test kind of thing. So in the surprise test, it so happened that I used to always be first because sometimes we are not ready for the surprise test. But my habit of doing this, solving these mathematics problems got me this always the first mark in the surprise tests. So I used to be thought as, oh, she's very good at mathematics inherently, and that's why she can solve. But it wasn't so. I used to solve, especially, I used to avoid most of the subjects, but I used to solve the mathematics problems. And that's why, because maybe from the beginning it was so. So this motivated me. These achievements of the early surprise tests gave me a habit of solving the mathematics problems. And this gave me this made me topper in the university. And from there, I got this impression within me also that I can be above average from average, which I was in school days. So during my university in BSc and MSc, I was a topper. And this not only motivated me, it gave me not only gave me confidence to me, but also I got good fame or good name from my teachers also, who later on motivated me in my journey to become scientist.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think, ma'am, with those experience shared, I think one message can be derived out of it, that participation is the key to bring clarity in what and where we want to go. Is it so, ma'am? Thank you so much. Okay, so, ma'am, any other experiences do we have? Are they able to hear us? Mansi ma'am, can we please have a yes if you are able to hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, Lubna Amir ma'am, are you able to hear us?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
sure.
right.
So with that, I'll move to my next question. Ma'am, all of you have had experience of either study or working in abroad. So my next question is regarding that. Like, how did you end up in a country abroad? Anyone can take that question up first?
I can take that. Probably I am the longest of. I have been here for 18 years now. So the reason I started my career in India and then moved to United States was because I was looking for exposure. I was looking for a different perspective on how, people collaborate, come together. How do they think when they are from different backgrounds? So, diversified people, when they come together, I think they are capable of solving problem more, I would say, creatively, right? Than the same set of people belonging from the same space. So that's my primary reason why I moved here and I stayed here, is that the diversification that I got. And then secondly, and again, this is women in STEM. So focusing why I really liked over here was the opportunity that women could get in my stream, because there are very few women in computer science in here in United States, and very few women who stay in this space for a long time. And if you stay and if you are good, then there are astounding number of opportunities for you. People are looking to give you work, to employ you and promote you and help you grow in your career path. So that made me stay.
Mansi ma'am, is it like in the earlier days when you're first moving abroad, it's a bit difficult to adjust, but as the time passes, you sort of get acquaintance with the people and it gets smooth?
It was, I wouldn't say it was difficult. It does need adjustment. Just like you move from one city to another, you need to adjust. I did not find any bias or discrimination, at least from my perspective. I found people, at least in this country, very accommodating and welcoming. So I did not find difficult from that perspective. But yes, this was a new place, so I had to adjust and adapt. The most difficult problem for me was to get into understanding accents from people from different parts of the world. I think that was the most difficult, specifically people from African-American descendant. I had very tough time getting their accent straight, but other than that, no other problems.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think that also clears a myth for all the students. बहुत सारे students को ऐसा लगता है बाहर country जाएंगे पता नहीं क्या होगा, लोग welcoming होंगे या नहीं होंगे. So as Mansi ma'am mentioned, that people abroad are very welcoming, and a bit of time it takes to adjust with the language part, but otherwise it's very the people there are really very welcoming. So thank you so much, ma'am. I'll pass on that question to Dr. Lubna Amir. How is it working in Saudi, and how is the working environment there?
Yeah, the actual motivation that I got was from my PhD supervisor, Dr. Shams Qureshi at Manit. When I finished my PhD, I was looking for a job in India. It was very difficult at that time. Lots of vacancies, they were closed. And so he used to bring cuttings. I joined Manit as an assistant professor on contract. At that time, he wanted me to join some a real job, a full job. So he used to bring the cuttings from the paper, Hindustan Times, that has lots of vacancies abroad, especially for the education sector. Because in Saudi Arabia, they are like from 10 years, they are doing great work to develop universities and to improve the higher education level for their country. So they have lots of opportunities, lots of jobs. So he used to bring cuttings for me. Oh, okay, Lubna, now apply for this. So otherwise, I didn't think of that to going abroad. I want to find job in my country. But at last, it could not happen here to get easily the good job. So I applied. I searched for a good university here, and I applied. I applied through the ad from the Hindustan Times paper, and they called me for interview. First, they took the online interview, then they shortlisted candidates, and then there was a physical interview at Delhi. So I went there and
Dr. Lubna Amir went offline. Can we have IT team please check? Ma'am, you're available back.
Okay.
We're able to see you. Yes.
So it was good, but I was scared definitely because I didn't went anywhere alone till my PhD. My mother was always there. So I was scared that can I go there or not? What would be the culture? What would be like? Because I have heard many things that they are very narrow-minded people. Maybe they don't allow women to go out. This was the myth. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible and visible.
So, well, I encouraged myself and apply. I said I searched for the university on the online, looking for. I first searched that whatever research interest I have, they have that things or not. And then when I went there, I found it was really very encouraging. If there is any word exist only for women, it's here. You will find a complete universities, you will find complete banks for just women, from peon to directors, to chancellors, everyone is women. The only women word exists if anywhere is here. So it was really very good to work over here. Like from everyone is a person. We are the people who take decisions by our own. Only women's are there. We are able to do anything that we want. So this myth was clearly vanished, that that the women don't have liberty in the Islamic countries or like that, like in KSA especially, because so it's very safe. And there was another myth that we can't go alone anywhere. We need to have men with us. No, it's not here at all. Even it is the safest country, I think. So these all things that make me so comfortable to work here, that we can move anywhere at any time. In the middle of the night, you can go anywhere. It's very safe. We can sit in the desert. We can stay at the shores at midnight, no problem. So, and the people, the respect for the women they have here, it's wonderful. It's wonderful, especially for the teachers. They say Ustad, it's teachers. They respect teachers very well. So these are the things that that attracted me and have encouraged me to stay here and to work for the women here, those who really need women to educate them. So this is my experience, and this is the thing that attracted me to keep on my career here in KSA.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lubna Amir ma'am. I think we have taken two very important messages from your sharing. One, that how you got motivated, your guide motivated you. Second, the situation in Saudi Arabia. Ma'am is currently associate professor at University of Hale. And as she mentioned that there are a lot of women who are working there, and the environment and the work culture is so welcoming for women there. It's such a fantastic thing. We all had this myth with us that maybe, I don't know, like how the scene would be at Saudi. There are lots of myth around, but it's great to hear that in University of Hale, there are a lot of women and they are welcomed really well. Thank you
Not
so
just University of Hale. Before University of Hale, I joined University of Jazan. It's the same everywhere, in all the cities, all the universities.
That's really fantastic, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing that. Ma'am, you would like to take the question?
Well, first of all, India was a foreign country for me. So my first abroad was India. Language problem, the girls cannot move around freely in 1979. And even in the class, I used to have problem, as I said, all boys, only one girl, that also a foreign girl. So the foreigner was something, a special thing for the boys of those days. So many things happened, which it was challenging. Learning language was the biggest issue. How? Because on those days, English was not spoken. Very, very few people used to speak in English. And I had a tough time to tell to the teachers that I am a foreigner, I cannot understand Hindi. But let me tell you one very interesting thing. In those days, as per our syllabus, Hindi was compulsory during our graduation. So one course of Hindi for 6 semesters. One Hindi course was compulsory. Now you can imagine, just close your eyes and imagine you are a foreigner. You have come to India. You have to learn Hindi not only in communication, but also you have to learn written, speaking, writing, learning, everything you have to write. Can you imagine a foreigner learning comprehensive in Hindi? Deepa ma'am can understand the extent. Apart from your own subject, you have to learn comprehensive literature, translation in Hindi, English, English, Hindi, and many more things. So, but one good thing that we were helped by the authorities of the university was that all the foreigners, including the other states of India, non-Hindi speaking states of India, like Northeast India, like southern part of India, Nepal, we were all in one classroom in an auditorium like this. And twice a week, we used to have classes for Hindi. And we were around 300 students, foreign students, along with other states. And if we pass the exam, then our average grade point will go high. If you don't pass, you have to appear for exam again in the month of summer, in the month of June, which the temperature raises to about 50 to 60 degree temperature. So that time you have to do your agriculture work as well as you have to learn Hindi. Again, sit in the class or pass the exam. That was the biggest challenge for me as a foreigner. But however, we left, personally, I left all the subjects. I was not studying for anything except for Hindi. Because then I thought if my average grade point falls off, then I will lose my scholarship. That was the biggest challenge. Getting a scholarship at those times, it was very important to survive. So I challenged myself the whole day and night. I used to read e, u, without knowing what they are. You know, it was a jumble. It was a puzzle for me. But can you imagine? I still maintain that notebook just to remind myself that what was I and what am I now. So सारे दिन रात हम हिंदी पढ़ते थे. Other states, they used to give up, but I never gave up. I said I will manage somehow to get A grade or maybe B grade also. I was targeting B or C or something, but I was quite lucky to get A grade. And our teachers were very, very strict. Hindi teachers, Deepa ma'am knows better. She's from language. Language के teachers जो है बहुत strict होते हैं. भाई especially हिंदी वाले. हिंदी वाले तो बिल्कुल कोई compromise नहीं करते. आप एक मात्रा भी इधर उधर हो जाए तो आपके हो गया marks. But then we managed to struggle and pass the Hindi. So when I went first time to, I got the A grade in Hindi. And first time when after joining my job and everything settling in India, and again, there was another challenge of language in front of me. That was local dialect of Haryanavi. So you can imagine, I could not speak, I could not understand. Sir se upar jata tha. But then I managed to teach my mother-in-law Hindi, so that she will speak with me in the language which we both should communicate. तो वो बेचारों ने हिंदी सीख लिया मेरे चक्कर में, and then we both were communicating in Hindi. So, and my first exposure to a Dutch language, I went to the Netherlands as a director of this International Institute of Horticulture. उन्होंने मुझे बुलाए थे. I went to Wageningen University for training as well as demonstration workshop, and went to different parts of Netherlands. There I felt English is not the language. It was Dutch. So although they speak in a broken English, but they respect the person who speaks in English at the topmost. If you know English, you are the topmost person and everybody respects you. So they do not impose their language on you, but they try to learn from you. And Dutch is again, just like Hindi, for me, it was an alien language. So I used to search for somebody who could understand मेरे उल्टे सीधे English भी समझता था वो बंदा. So we used to manage to pass out that. But it is a language is the biggest barrier, in my opinion. That was the biggest barrier. Although जैसे Lubna ma'am says, we have a myth that the women in Islamic countries are not allowed. I had the experience in Qatar. My Arabic was very weak, but then I could understand because in Persian, Arabic are almost similar. So when I went to Qatar, those days, there was no female working in agriculture. So that was again challenging for some time when I was working there for a year or so. But then I managed to find that all the laborers who are working there were Indians and Pakistanis in the field of agriculture. So somehow we managed to communicate. But those days, they were not very open to a women in agriculture. So slightly there was difficulties, which not a big difficulty, but a little challenge was there. Yes, this is my experience.
Ma'am, listening to you makes me wonder how many language encounters you have had, and you have like worked with these people in different countries. Coming to India was a challenge, but you learned that, and managed to get an A grade in that. That's wonderful. And even the working with Dutch people. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. First, I want to start with a quote which I had thought some time back that language can go without science, but science or any other subject cannot go without language.
Very true,
So
ma'am. Very
we
true.
have to learn the languages in whichever field we are to communicate, to even understand. Yeah. So yeah, so my experience with working abroad was, it was actually the searching, and the motivation behind working abroad was one of the statement from one of our directors earlier, that I was actually very much interested in having a permanent job kind of thing. So the average middle class families in India have this notion that we should have a sarkari job that will give a safe journey in life. So I was also of the same mentality. But, and I was, after my PhD, I was looking for the job. But this quote from director came and he said, unless you prove yourself in different working environments, in this field, it is really difficult to get a good job, because nowadays competition is very high in science also, and getting a permanent faculty job requires really high credentials. So one has to prove in different working atmospheres. And working in foreign laboratories in science really enriches you, not only your lifestyle, but you're working in that particular profession also. So with this, I was motivated and I started looking for postdoc positions. So in that process, I got 1 or 2 postdocs also, 2 postdocs with some time intervals. But simultaneously, I got this job in Oxford Instruments, UK. So this was kind of a win-win situation for me, because I was interested in going for a kind of permanent job. And this was an experience in abroad also, in a different culture. So I took up this one. And yeah, there were challenges there itself. One of the biggest challenges there for me was commuting from one place to another place. Because my place was in, like, this is a kind of big laboratory, a factory in the woods area. And there is no public transport in that area. So one has to have a driving license, international driving license. And I didn't know to drive the car that time. So this was a challenge for me initially. And the language was not a challenge for me, because it was English, it was in Oxford. But as Mansi ma'am said, the accent is a problem sometimes. So this British accent, although very nice to hear, it's very contagious. You adapt it very nicely and very soon. But initially to understand, it's very difficult. So that was one challenge. Another was to initially cope up with the deadlines, because here we are ki haan kar lenge, chalta rehta hai. For a long time, your guide will also ask for, I mean, sometimes he also forgets what he had given you, the kind of task. So maybe unko bhi shayad 2 mahine baad yaad aata hai. So he will say, hua ki nahi. But here, after a week, I mean, the project has deadline. So if it is a month's project, from an executive or the scientist, it will go to the designer. From a designer, it will go to the technician. From technician, it will go to the test lab. And if they are custom projects, the kind of work environment I was in, so if it is custom, then you have maximum 15 days of deadline for that particular custom made machine to make. So initially, yeah, I had to stick to the deadlines. So these were my challenges. But I would say this is a very nice experience. It really enhances your professional experience and the lifestyle as such. It really enriches you from, and when you see different cultures and when you adapt, it gives you basically a feeling of diversity and adapting yourself in different cultural atmospheres. So yeah, it's a good experience for me.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. I believe that for all the students here, all the girl students and even the boy students, these stories are really a motivation and a guiding light to how to begin their career in STEM. Is it so? Can I have a yes like that? If you all are all of you are enjoying this session? Yes? Okay, I'm seeing. Thank you so much. With that, I'll move to my next question. Ma'am, now I'll come to your expertise area where you're working currently. And what exactly are you working in? What is your area of expertise? That is what I would like to discuss now. Yes, ma'am. You can.
Okay, I'm a physicist. I work in low temperature, high magnetic field area. That is more specified. In general, if I say I work on condensed matter physics. Basically, what you learn during your MSc, the broader version of this is solid state physics. We work on solid state physics, and currently I have been working in this area since my PhD. When you do your MSc, you have more number of physics subjects, more branches. But when you narrow it down, it comes, and for me, it came down to condensed matter physics. And specifically, I work on low temperature and high magnetic fields. Just to elaborate a little bit, low temperature, I don't know whether you understand, but room temperature, we all understand. The temperature at which we are sitting right now. The temperature is in Celsius, we talk is 27 degrees Celsius. But if we talk in Kelvins, it is 300 Kelvin. So we low temperature physicists use this Kelvin scale. And if I talk, we go down to very low temperatures of 300, from 300 Kelvin to helium temperatures. And that are some 4.2 Kelvin down to 1 Kelvin, maybe 300 times lesser. And if I talk about ultra low temperatures, we work on millikelvin temperatures. At these temperatures, what happens is material manifests very interesting properties, very exotic properties, because everything calms down. Like if you drive, I'm just giving you an example. If you're driving in a foggy morning, on a foggy morning, you can't see anything clearly. The same way physicists feel like when they are working at higher temperatures or at room temperatures. But if they cool down, the atomic vibrations calm down. And the atoms, these electrons, manifest their actual properties. And when we specifically put the high magnetic field on it, many exotic properties, like if you have heard, science students can understand the quantum Hall effect, the strong correlations that persist within electron, that can be seen in different properties. So we study these kinds of properties in at low temperature and high magnetic field. I would just give you an example. You all people use the mobiles and computers. So in initial days, when probably madam would have started her journey, they were using in 80s very big computers. Even in 90s, we used to use big floppies. And the data storage was only some megabytes. This much big floppy, only few 5 megabytes usme aata tha. And later on, slowly it became CD. We were very happy that puri movie ek CD mein aa jati hai. So how it happened? With the material evolution. And because of the invention of GMR kind of materials. GMR materials are giant magnetoresistive materials. They respond very nicely with magnetic field. So what happens is, with a response of a small magnetic field, we can read and write. There are bits in that. So they started increasing. In that way, this particular technology evolved to the pen drives. Now pen drives can be of even GB. 1 GB pen drive hamare paas hota hai. Now hard disk are for terabytes. But nowadays, what is happening is, now we are again saturating because of various constricts, because of heat dissipations and etc. So scientists like us are working towards new materials, discovery of new materials. There are many materials, like she said, Mansi ma'am said, there's some quantum computing. So for quantum computing, the kind of materials which are useful are topological insulators. And they are being talked, like I said, we are walking in the foggy area. Now this kind of manifestation happens only at low temperature. But if we can bring these kind of things at room temperature, we will be able to do the quantum computing. We can revolutionize this kind of field. We will be very fast and very miniaturization kind of devices we can have. So yeah, I work on this kind of materials.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think school students might be like कि quantum and all Iron Man movie में देखा है हमने, but exactly क्या होता है ये पता नहीं है. But yeah, like अगर मैम जैसे scientist बनना है तो you can like follow her journey, है ना? Ma'am.
Yes, right now I'm working as a vice president horticulture in a pharmaceutical multinational company here in Jaipur. You may be surprised to know, or maybe you are wondering what pharmaceutical has to do with horticulture. Yes, it is a strange. This is also their first experiment they are doing. Probably they have the vision of nutraceuticals, which is all based on the plants and the Ayurveda traditions. So अब जो हम काम कर रहे हैं, it is I'm working looking after a research development project of this company on medicinal plants. So आप लोग सब जानते हैं कि medicinal plants are very diversified in India. India is the biggest hub of medicinal plants. तो हम लोग उसमें research कर रहे हैं in a sense that we have been given a task of many medicinal plants which we have to first identify. We have to authenticate them that they are good for Ayurvedic medicines or they are good for health of human being particularly. After authentication, we start procuring the seeds or then we grow them to some extent. Later on, we do research on them from the beginning, from the seed stage till harvesting, फिर उसके बाद processing. So our job is to analyze that what is in a seed, how it is affecting your health, how it is affecting the soil, and is there any relationship between the seed and your health in maybe your digestion, maybe your any other general body health. Then when the seed grows and becomes a little baby, a baby plant, how it is affecting you if you take it, you eat it or you get it into form of a medicine, so on and so forth till the plant is fully mature, until it becomes in a proper stage of using for a medicine. So it's not so easy कि आयुर्वेदा में बहुत सारे चीजें दिए हुए हैं हेल्थ के लिए कि I'm sure during COVID all of you must be knowing people were running short of giloy, tulsi. These are very simple plants, but it was difficult to find them. And many people, I tell you, they started using this extraction. मतलब वो गिलोय को उबालते थे या तुलसी को and they used to eat it. Later on, the Ayurveda board of Ayurvedic medicine only said that you should not use every part of this plant because उसके सारे parts आपके लिए ठीक नहीं हैं. So this is what I'm doing. This is me and my team are only analyzing which part of this plant, कौन से stage में, how it is reflecting into your health. Is it good for which part of your disease, which part of your health system and your anatomy and physiology. So it is a slightly different kind of agriculture and different kind of medicinal Ayurvedic type. But I don't know what is going to be made out of that. And it's company secrets I cannot share with you. Most of the things we are not supposed to disclose till it is reaching to the stage of declaration. And also it is accepted by the different boards on the panel. So therefore, now this is a big challenge. And as far as horticulture is concerned, it has is a branch of agriculture, but it has many different branches in it. So throughout my course of career, till today, I have been working on a number of different fruits, vegetables, flowers, medicinal plants, spices, all of them now they come handy to me because now these are again part of this project. So it is a challenging research. I don't know what will the outcome be. And probably the company also doesn't know. But we are challenging ourselves to understand how can we save the human health by using all these plants instead of going for allopathic medication. Maybe some properties are there which can be really good for health. So, and another thing which we learned is, please, आप लोग आंखें बंद करके कोई भी plant को ना हाथ लगाइए ना उसको खाए, except vegetables and fruits which you know it is authentic. Because even tulsi, for example, it may not be good for everyone. But they still blindly we are following many things. So now that we are into research, we have understood that research is very important. आप अपने घर में भी research कर सकते हैं. This is what learning we have taken so far, and this is what we are doing. So a school, particularly school children, can pick up this kind of research work in their school, in their colleges, and challenge themselves and find out the companies who are selling drugs, Ayurvedic drugs, or maybe they are not really competitive enough, but many side effects are there. So you have to be very careful using any kind of plant. But no plant in the world, in this planet, is poisonous unless you know the property. If you don't, then it is poison to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, India is a very potential place for farming and agro industries emerging day by day. And it is such a great thing to have a lady working in this sector because we find very few in this sector. Don't you also find so that we have lack of women working in this particular sector in agriculture?
Yes, but no, you know, when I was working as a vice chancellor of this women university, I was amazed to see more than 200 girl students in agriculture. I worked in so many universities here, which number of girls are surpass the boys in agriculture. So these days the trend has changed. And it is amazing to see. I will be the most happiest when I see the girls in agriculture because मेरे खुद के पुराने दिन याद आते हैं कि मैंने क्या झेला आप सोच भी नहीं सकते, you know. But then now you are lucky because the government has given permission to many universities, has given permission, ample permission under the state governments as well as central government for many universities to start running the agriculture course. And by the way, agriculture also now it's a professional course, is equivalent to MBBS. So once you enter a bachelor's of honors agriculture, you are a doctor. हमारा टाइम में तो लैब असिस्टेंट भी हमें दक्षा बुलाता था उस जमाने में 70s 79 में. So Dakshap means you are a doctor sahab, already you have come to agriculture, but the government was not accepting us as doctors till we became PhD. Right now the things has reversed back to the traditional mode that the moment you are enter into BSc honors agriculture, you are a professional equivalent to an MBBS course. So it's a great thing to see. Yes, it's a transformation. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to pass on the question to Dr. Lubna Amir.
My field of research is about nanomaterials, especially semiconductor nanomaterials. And I was in my PhD, I did work to synthesize nano semiconductors in the low cost, especially the low cost techniques to synthesize these materials. Then the purpose of synthesizing of those materials were I would like to use them for fabrication of diodes, the solid state devices, because normally the most common material, semiconductor material that is being used is silicon, germanium, and but since they are sort of kind of thing, they are expensive. If we are going to the nanoscale, the properties are different for the materials at the nanoscales. So the silicon is not just a silicon what we see in the bulk state, but nano it's different. So I was working in search of materials that have a similar property to silicon, but have large band gap, so that we can use those materials for space applications where they have high energy, because silicon cannot withstand in the high energy radiations because it has very small band gap. So there is a need to search for other materials which have a property of silicon, but they must have stability in the extreme environment. So I work on TCOs, zinc oxide, silver sulfide. Then I fabricate the different types of diodes like PN junction diodes, heterojunction diodes, homojunction, Schottky diodes, and with the material that I fabricated. So the results are very good, very encouraging, and they found wide applications in the high energy physics. And then I turned to more application of my materials in sensors, like the sensors to sense gases. The same kind of material that I used to fabricate devices, diodes, they are very good, I found, for sensing application also. So now currently the project I am handling is for the pollution management, in which the objective of the project is to sense the poisonous gases in the environment. Then the remedification means to kill those gases in the environment, and to make it clean, to clean the pollution from the air by using one material, single material. So we are working on different kinds of materials with the help of composites. We can have this option that a single material can work as a detector, as a remedification to kill, it has antimicrobial property also. It has photocatalytic property also, so it can detect at a time. It can remove the pollution and make the environment clean. So this is the main work that I am currently doing with my associate at Amity University, Dr. Deepshikha Rathore. She is my collaborator in my project, and hopefully we are getting success. We are getting very good results in this project, and hopefully we will finish it very well, and we'll try to file some patent on it. So this is the work that I'm currently doing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, for the students, because there were so many technicalities involved, coming from a similar background. So basically, silicon chips, aap sabhi apne phone mein silicon chips are there, right? And also so many electronic devices which are required to operate at quite high temperature. Let's say 500, 600 degrees centigrade. And this requirement is particularly for military operations, right? So हम लोग क्या कोशिश कर रहे हैं, scientists and researchers of material and in the semiconductor field, we are trying to find a replacement for silicon. And it's a global research going on. What can replace silicon in our mobile phones and other electronic devices? So ma'am, how close are we to find a potential replacement for silicon? How close are we? Do we have a material which can really replace silicon in our devices?
Yeah, recently, just now, I have submitted a paper over this, the material, the composites, the nanocomposites, because single material, they have their own properties. It's very difficult to change them according to our need. But there is a possibility that we can develop material by the combination of different materials, which could get collective property as we want. Like suppose we want a property of the material to be similar to silicon, as well as zinc oxide, which is a wide bandgap semiconductor. So we can have a composite of such material in which one material could work as a low bandgap material, and other could serve as a wide bandgap. So the mixture of the materials, a precise mixture of the materials could give us a chance to develop such material. Like for me, I have found we have developed silver tungsten oxide composite. It's a p-type composite, and it is a wide bandgap semiconductor, because tungsten oxide is a well-known material which is a wide bandgap semiconductor. But when we mix it, or when we form a nanocomposite with silver, which is a metal, at the nanoscale, the band gap is nearly same. It's around 0.7 electron volts. Like in silicon, it is 1.1. So it's nearly same, just a 0.01 difference in the band gap. But the property and the stability is same as that of the wide bandgap semiconductor. So
yes, so like many composites and nanocomposites are being introduced, which can act as a potential replacement for silicon. Yes. So these composites and nanocomposites and different materials, they can be incorporated so many types of devices, like sensors, like I mentioned, gas sensors. Gas sensors, it can be any gas, like be it LPG or different types of gases. So we need those kind of sensors in order to stay safe. And there are multiple places where such kind of sensors are required, like in factories, hotels, and even in your houses. If you can have a device which you can incorporate on your cylinder, if there is a gas leakage, it will just give you a notification on your phone, right? Won't that be amazing? So that is the kind of work Lubna Amir ma'am is doing. So thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing this info with us. Now I would like to pass on the question to Mrs. Mansi Pandey.
So I did briefly talk about what I was doing in my introduction. So I'll just maybe reiterate a little bit. What I'm doing right now is I'm working for Arch Capital, which is a mortgage insurance company. And we are writing software where we can automate or remove human beings from banking sectors, dependency on human force on banking sectors. So where if you go and look for example, a loan, and your loan has to be reviewed by an underwriter at a bank, which is a human being. Let's say your bank has 100 underwriters, but there are 1,000 loans coming to that bank in a day. 100 underwriters cannot underwrite 1,000 loans, because to underwrite one loan, it takes, at least few days. So your bank will not be able to process loans, and you will be waiting, okay, why mera loan approved kyun nahi abhi tak? So isliye we have to implement automation. And automation ke liye, what we have right now is artificial intelligence and machine learning. So what I'm doing is that I am teaching the machine to approve loans. And it is I've just put it in very simple words, but it is an astoundingly difficult task where you have to write computer program, you submit a document, right? It's a physical printout. So what we have to do is you OCR, you extract data out of a paper, you feed it into a machine as an image. The image extracts text and images out of that data. It feeds into a computer algorithm. There is a program code sitting, reading all of that data and trying to understand, run rules on it, and then spit out a result saying, yes, I will pass the loan, I will not pass the loan. The attributes that go into writing such a machine learning algorithm is more than 1,000 data items. Imagine that just to identify a human being, you need your first name, last name, your address, your phone number. In India now there's Aadhaar card, in US it's SSN. So where did you study? What are you currently working on? Itself constitutes of 100 to 200 attributes. So imagine, in order to approve your loan, there are thousands of attributes that have to be fed into this algorithm. And this algorithm has to be constantly trained. That's what we do. We have to keep on teaching this algorithm because it makes mistakes. So we have to see, okay, this is the time, but this is what we call as QC, quality assurance or quality control. And we have to keep a check on that the algorithm is working fine, so that, we do not approve loans that shouldn't be approved. That's what I'm working on, and I'm using Python, Java, Angular, a mixture of these languages in order to build this application. I'm sure you might be learning a few of these in your computer science courses, but remember that we're talking about automation. So it's not just programming languages, it's a lot of the buzzword right now in industry as you step into is continuous integration and continuous development. Keep that in your mind when you go for interviews. This is going to be very important. Remember that you have to not just write code, but you have to continuously integrate the code with your tests, and then continuously develop the code, deploy it through production without anybody touching it. So small team of people should be able to do a lot of work, and that's the idea in the industry these days.
So ma'am, making it simple for the audience, your company is basically making a software for loan approvals. Am I correct? Which automates it in a way and makes it easy for loan approval. Is it so?
Yeah, I mean, in simple words, yes, you're right.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, sure. So now we are open for questions from the audience. Anyone who is interested and wants to ask a question can please raise your hand. We'll give the mic to you and you can ask. Anyone from the audience, it's open to all. Please raise your hand, whosoever wants to ask question. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, this is Neha, and my question to you is, see, if you look at the current status of India, females contribute to 46% of STEM workforce. Do you still believe that women are still under represented in STEM?
I strongly still believe that, because although the choices are quite huge in front of women, yet there are so many factors. And I think one of the biggest factor is awareness. and lack of training. See, once you have to be empowered in the science, you have to be aware of what you're going to do in science firstly, and the basics, So if you are not aware of the basics, what is your vision for the next 5 years or 10 years when you want to go into science? For Indian women, it's a very big challenge, Still there are challenges, although the education system is changing, the number of girls are increasing. 46% for multi-crore country is very, very negligible. Why should only 46? Why not 56? Why not 86? Why not 96%? It's because social taboos, lack of awareness. Awareness does not mean education. Now, education also has literacy and non-literacy. So the number of female who are illiterate, we are not considering those. And when we say the country has to go into startups, innovation, and also entrepreneurship, it means you can be an entrepreneur in mathematics. Why not? You can be entrepreneur in physics, in biology, anything. But we still are not aware that what is in front of us and what we have to do. Where is our target? If a country has to develop economically and physically, if you want to challenge your GDP, you have to give this opportunity to women, because side by side, the male has to accept the female in the same parameters as he has got a job. For example, if you're going to be in a company which is dealing with biotechnology or maybe even pharmaceutical, so the equal opportunity, as I said earlier, it is written, but is never given to the women, thinking that, for example, the women is not able to go for pharmaceuticals. Why not? Now, I'm the live example in front of you. If a person has so much vision to understand that agriculture can be incorporated in pharmaceutical, and they have employed me, I think other women has a great and ample opportunity to achieve anything. So 46 is very, very negligible. Let us target 96. Let us target 86, if not 96, I say. Multi-crore population. So technology is there, but we are not approaching it. We are not giving the chance to the male, to the girls to go ahead.
Even this 46% is not at the, like I said in the morning also, in the education it is there, at the maybe in the jobs they are comprising this workforce, but not in the STEM field at higher positions where they can take decisions like in entrepreneurs. And also even in PhD to some extent discrimination is there. I mean, I'm not saying the scene has not changed, scene has changed for better, but still it is there. I have seen many people, very good professors, very good scientists. Initially, they have hesitation of taking a female PhD student because sometimes they feel she may not be able to work that hard, especially in the field of experimental physics. They also feel that she may not be staying in the night hours or for the longer hours for experiments, because our field, our experimental physics demands for that. And without working for continuous for many hours, and sometimes in the night, experiment has to be run in the night. So for these kind of tasks, still the guides are hesitant to take the female students. But once they prove, because I said they have to go an extra mile to prove themselves, after that they start trusting. So yeah, this scene should be changed.
To add to that, from what I have experienced is absolutely, yes, women are entering into IT at junior job levels. But to give you a perspective, in my organization, I'm the only project manager. There is no other female project manager. And there is no female at C-level. No CEO, CIO, CTO is a female. So very few women representation in, as it has been said, the decision-making level, we need females. And therefore, there are no role models. There are no role models for younger women to get in, fewer role models.
I would, okay. Okay, please carry on.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to add that it's not right to say that the women's are not capable of doing these things, going into this. They are capable. But actually, the problem, especially in our country, are the women's are the scapegoats. They have to sacrifice for their career, for their family. They have to sacrifice because they have responsibility of family, taking care of children, and have to see about the husband. Like she can't go anywhere alone, leaving her family behind. So these are something that is a responsibility of a family, especially the husband. If a husband is cooperative with a working woman, she can do anything. She can go anywhere. She has because all women have capabilities, but they sacrifice their career because of the family, and that is why we have very less representation from the women in any such fields at such high level. This is the main problem, and this is the work of a family should provide support to the women who wants to achieve and who have capability to go ahead.
One last point I would like to add to the young folks entering at least IT job market. I have seen women, because I recruit young talent. I've seen women do not ask for salary increments in at least IT, where men are very forthcoming. When you hire a man, he will ask for salary increments in every single appraisal that I have with him. Every meeting they will ask, okay, can you please give me 2% salary, 3% salary increase? But a woman doesn't do that. She is satisfied. She's thinking, okay, मेरा job चल रहा है, मेरा घर चल रहा है, I'm happy. मैं अच्छे से balance maintain कर रही हूँ, but these आपका men counterpart are not thinking like that. So please don't do that and be very forthcoming with salary, otherwise you'll be left behind.
Yeah, we have question from students, school students.
Hello, ma'am. It's Tanishka here. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving us this abundance of knowledge here. And my question is from Archana, ma'am. As you are a physicist, so it is in itself a very great thing for me. And as far as my question, as being a school student, my question won't be at that level, but still, that mathematics and physics are considered to be one of the most toughest subjects for the girls. Right now, the era has changed, but still, as we see in the schools, in the classes, there's a very less ratio of girls sitting in the mathematics, adopting mathematics. There are more in the bio. We see that difference. So, what motivated you? As I have listened your story, but still what motivated you to pursue physics itself? Because I really want to pursue my career in physics itself, PhD and the honors, all the high call degrees that we called itself. So I really want to know the secret from you so that I can motivate myself, because as far as right now, as I'm studying the physics, I find a lot of difficulties because at the school level, it's very basic. But as we go higher, we study a lot of knowledge, we go in the depth of the subject. So I really want to know how you have pursued it so beautifully and now you're at this level. And in the upcoming future, I want to be at that place where you are sitting right now.
What's your name?
My name is Tanishka.
Anushka.
Tanishka.
Tanishka. Thank you, Tanishka. First of all, I want to thank you and I'm very happy that you want to pursue career in physics. I already see you sitting here sometime. I can imagine. So see, this will itself take you to where you want to go. First, that's my first quote. Where there is will, there is way. How I pursued, as I said in the beginning, my journey to become scientist is as average as I am. I am a very average person. I was an average student in my school. I really believe if I can make it to whatever level I am, I don't consider that high I am, but whatever level I am, anybody can reach. If I can, anybody can. So it's not that I'm showing extreme modesty, but it's true. So it's perseverance and your continuous efforts to flow with the time and keep your target in your mind that where you want to go. Like I said, I was in school days, I was not great in mathematics. I was striving for 70, 75%, not like 90s nowadays or 100%. But in my BSc, and most of the time I have got 50 out of 50 marks. It's 100% marks. And this is because of, I used to practice, I said. Every day, at least some half an hour, you will be solving whatever daily routine you have to make. So that perseverance takes you some time. So like, if you said you're like mathematics, you see less girls, maybe this is the reason people don't continue their work. Like in humanities, you feel a novel can be finished maybe in 2-3 days. If somebody is fast reader, they can finish in one go, because that is interesting. We find, oh, next kya hone wala hai, next kya hone wala story. But in mathematics, you have to remember the formulas, you have to keep solving the problems. So that is sometimes boring. And I think girls, along with other tasks, do not take up those things. But if somebody is determined, okay, this is big, and somebody finds somebody has a logical mind, everybody has, but it has to be a little bit workout has to be done on these things. So with this, I think one can do. So I think maybe that is the reason girls with the pre-notion also, people consider that they are not good at mathematics or science. But now the myths have been broken. Intelligence level is as good as males' parts. I mean, there is no difference. And even you can see in board examinations, girls are excelling. They are the toppers most of the time. So that was a myth actually. And this, I think girls also should understand within themselves that they can do if they want to. So first of all, you have to break these myths and you have to prove yourself. It's not that you have to really work long, because the intelligence is already there. It's just the matter of determination that you want to go there. And if you want to go for physics, why I chose physics or mathematics, that was also one of your questions. So yeah, I was, as I said, in my graduation, I became good at mathematics, but physics was another subject. So I had a choice to make after my graduation, after my BSc, that whether I will go for physics or mathematics. And there was another computer science also that was coming up during our, after I finished my graduation. But somehow my teachers, because I told as I was a topper, so they said, I should go for science research. Computers, okay, you can go, but why not? You are good at mathematics and physics. Why not? Many less people go for research. So that motivated me. Okay, I mean, I was like carried forward. Okay, I should go for that. So I had to make a choice between mathematics and physics. So mathematics I found very logical, empirical science kind of thing. But physics, I found it is more thinking oriented. And one another practical aspect was, which I was told that time, and I also thought that is true. I felt that maybe career opportunities in physics will be more as a researcher, because there are many fields in physics. In mathematics, that time I was not much aware of, although mathematics also has very good opportunities in research also. But looking at this premier institutes like RRCAT, BRC, our many IITs, IIScs, I felt that I may have more chance, more career opportunities also. And subject-wise, I found this is more thinking oriented.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Any question?
Okay. So, ma'am, I think one last question for our audiences can be a very triggering thing. Like one advice that you would like to give for the women, especially, and for the girl students. One advice. I think we can have Lubna Amir ma'am first.
Yeah. The advice for opting for a science, like first understand your interest, what you are interested in. And if you don't have any interest, try to develop it. And once you develop your interest, just keen on your interest and try to get more and more about that. Then you will find the way where you will go ahead in your future. So because the thing that we are interested in, we do it from the heart. And the thing that we are not interested in, we can't do it well. So we must first develop a good interest and try to go more and more deeper. And then you will find the way. You will find the way to move on in your career. Then if you would like to go out of your country, if you move out of, like you want to go abroad for higher studies or for job, first search, get the relevant sources, and get the correct sources to get the correct knowledge about that place, about that institution or company, about the environment of that country and the institution where you are going, you would like to go. And then you should, because in this field, when you move out, there are many fake people you will come to, you will encounter. There are very fake agents who can make money by making you fool, that you just give such and such money, then we'll offer you job here and there. It's very common when we go abroad. So be aware of such fake agencies and fake people. Go to the genuine sources, like directly apply to the company or the institute or the university directly through their website, because nowadays everyone have their online application systems. So do not go through any kind of agents. Maybe they are not reliable. So this is the first thing I would advise anyone who would like to go abroad.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mrs. Mansi Pandey, you have one advice?
Yeah, so my advice, again, speaking on to what Dr. Lubna said, that you should find your interest, but then after you found your interest, please be ready to be agile with it. Don't stick that, okay, this is what I had decided to do and I'm not getting it, meaning I'm not willing to change. Don't do that. Be ready to travel through, navigate through until you find what you're looking for. But be ready to adapt to current. Otherwise, you may give up easily. So be ready to adapt according to the situation, and then be very tenacious. Meaning, if you have set in a goal to it, do not leave it, do not let go. No matter what you have to compromise, be very tenacious.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Daya ma'am, what advice would you like to give?
Well, I accept and I'm really glad to hear that interest. But in my case, it was not interest. So interest developed later on. So of course, interest, whatever you are interested in is very important, number one. Number two, learn your basics. Once you learn your basics in that particular interest, whatever you are interested in, that basic will help you to understand your own strength. So interest, learning basic, developing your own developing your own strength, your personality, developing your is something wrong with it. So developing your personality, particularly from the school days. You have to be very particular that what do you want to do, how your personality will be developed within yourself, within your school, starting from your school, then family. So all these things together will develop you into a mature mindset. So your mindset, once it is mature, along with your interest in that particular subject, then you can achieve wherever you go. So also hard work, which you have to struggle, you know it. But once you initially develop yourself into this, so your framework has been developed and you can go to any country in the world, you can go to another planet also. That is the challenge within yourself. So challenge yourself, develop your interest along with your challenge, develop your own strength and capabilities. What are you capable of? What do you want to be? How you, even if you do not get your own field of interest, be diversified. So diversified means that you have another opportunity. Once you should not be hopeless that, okay, this is my interest. Physics, for example, your friend was mentioning, if she does not get into physics due to some reason, what is your next option? May I ask that question? What was her name? Tanishka, what is your next option?
only physics.
Okay, so she has already made up her mindset. So if she is made up her mindset, she has to groom herself. She has to be groomed in that particular interest because she doesn't want to be diversified. So many of us like to be diversified. So my advice is do not close your window because sometimes the window is closed by itself and we cannot challenge it. It happens in the society. It happens for all of us at every stage of our life. So leave your window open and pursue your interest along with the characters the categories which I have mentioned. I think that will help you quite a bit, whether you are working in India in a male dominated society, or sorry to say India male dominated, I didn't mean that, but I meant in the workplace. We are all facing it, male dominated workplaces. So that you will, if you pursue all this, you will definitely surpass that also, and you will achieve better than your peer group. And in abroad also is the same thing as ma'am was mentioning. Yes, it is very tough. It's not so easy to get into it, but please close your, do not close your eyes. With open eyes, you listen, you hear, and you perform and search for the best because you are the best. I think once you are born as a female, you are the best. A big applause for yourself.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Archana, ma'am, what advice do you have for the students?
Yeah, I think as Madam has said, all these qualities are definitely required to reach anywhere in your career or in life, whatever you want to pursue. But towards a goal, I think persistence is very important. Like Kanishka has decided to become a physicist, but physics is a very, very broad subject. So having a physics, like ma'am said, you should keep yourself open. But at some point, I feel one has to definitely decide that this is what I want. Had I not decided that this STEM will be my field, from that time, if I would have been confused, because I have seen people at a younger stage, they take up science with the pressure in the family. But then since they cannot pursue, they want to switch it. Become theek rehta mere liye. So they go for, because after science you can go. But ultimately, if they are not satisfied there, the career becomes little vague, shaky career. But once you have decided something, that persistence towards a goal will definitely lead you there. And physics is also a very broad subject. If not in condensed matter physics, you can do something in nuclear physics. If not in nuclear physics, you are very good at astronomy, you can do in astronomy. So that way, I'm just giving an example, ma'am. So this can lead you somewhere. Another thing which, for whatever you do, some passion is required. Because unless, and little bit balance of fun in life. So passion with little detachment. Okay, like ma'am said, you have to keep open. I'm just saying in a different language. If this did not happen of a particular case, you should not be that attached and keep crying for that, I did not get it. In that field, related to that field, something else will be there. If not that particular job, okay, suppose if I want to have a job in my own city, if I didn't get, but I have a passion of my subject or passion for the similar career, I can go somewhere else. If not exactly in USA, maybe somewhere else. So that kind of openness and little flexibility, little bit of detachment with too much, whether it is philosophical or materialistic thing. So I think a balance between a passion and detachment will do wonders.
Yeah, that is really very important.
so much,
Actually, I was also doing some research work in physics, as Rishi Raj Singh Rathore is my PhD scholar. And we are doing some physics with bio and chemistry and also engineering. So this is extremely important. We can just go in multidisciplinary with physics.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Archana, ma'am. Thank you so much, all the participants, and thank you so much, all the guests, Professor Ruhi Daya, ma'am, Mrs. Mansi Pandey, and Dr. Lubna Amir. My concluding words for this session would be, this was a female inspired session. It was a very much inspiring session for me also, I think for all the students as well. I might get a call in the evening from Karan. I'll tell him how this session was. And yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. With this, we are signing off with the panel discussion. We'll move to the lunch. Thank you so much.
So very good evening to all the students. I hope all of you had your lunch, and we are back for yet another session of the conference, the workshop for school students. The resource person for the workshop is Dr. Neha Tiwari from NIIT University, Nimrana. She is a senior member of IEEE and is currently working as associate professor in the area of electronics and communication engineering. She did her PhD in electronics engineering and MTech in digital communication from Barkatullah University, Bhopal, and BTech in electronics and communication engineering from Rajiv Gandhi Praudhogiki Vidyalaya, Bhopal. She has more than 15 years of teaching experience in which she has guided 1 PhD and 20 MTech students. Her research interest lies in design and fabrication of nano devices and nano communications. She's been delivering various talks at conferences of international repute and has published various research articles in reputed university journals. She's also serving as master trainer for AICTE UK India Higher Education and Research Initiative. She was also the recipient of Madhya Pradesh Young Scientist Fellowship Award in 2015. She has delivered invited talks on non-cadmium quantum dot-based hybrid structures for display applications in 30th Annual Congress on Nanotechnology and Nanomaterials in Stockholm, Sweden.
Hello.
She has presented various papers on polymer semiconductor nanoparticle hybrid light emitting diodes for futuristic display applications at International Symposium on Carbon Nanomaterial Electronics 2019 during 8th to 9th November at Pilani, Rajasthan. So I invite Neha, madam, for the workshop. And I request all the students to kindly maintain silence. Yes, welcome, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had your lunch. I cannot hear. Okay. So a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm here to conduct a workshop. Okay. But this will be a very interactive kind of workshop. So you will have to be very attentive and will have to participate in that. Okay. So, let's begin. So we are here for careers in STEM, but I would like to ask, what is STEM first? Anyone? Raise your hands. What is STEM? Since the morning we are talking about STEM, STEM, STEM. What exactly is STEM? Anyone? Please raise your hand. Very good. What's your name? Anushri. Yes, tell me.
Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Wonderful. Can we have a round of applause for her? Very good. Sit down, please. Okay. So we are here for careers in STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Right. Now let's begin with a game. Can you identify these personalities? Let's begin with the first one. Please raise your hand and do let me know. Raise your hand, please. Anyone? Yes, please.
Nikola Tesla.
It's Nikola Tesla.
Yes.
And why he is known for?
For wireless electrical concept of physics. He wants to invent the wireless electrical concept so that we can use electricity without the need of any kind of wires.
Very good. What's your name?
Lakshya Jangir.
And what are you doing?
I'm doing BTech CSC in MIT.
Okay.
Right now.
Wonderful. And who's this? Come on, raise your hand. No, not you again. Who's this? Anyone? I can give the chance to the ones who are sitting in the first row as well. Okay. Charles Darwin, and she's Khushi from MIT University. Okay, very good. He's Charles Darwin. Okay, wonderful. Then who's this? The top one. Come on. Nobody? Okay, I can give chance to him again.
Ma'am, inventor of telephone, Graham Bell.
No. He's Louis Pasteur. And why he is known for? Every day you bring milk from the dairy. It is pasteurized milk. Okay? Okay. What about him? Who's this? No? No guessing this time? Okay, then question is passed on to the first row. The stalwarts of STEM here right now. This is Michael Faraday. All this lights, electricity is because of him, right? कैसे नहीं जान सकते हो यार इन्हें? Okay, come on, I have high hopes. Who's this? He's Albert Einstein. Okay, and why he is known for, by the way? Theory of relativity. Okay, wonderful. Okay, let's continue. Let's find the scientist here. This is a game, and one who is going to guess right, he is going to get a gift from my side. Come on. Can you identify a scientist over here? Please don't play this game, okay? Don't Google it. Don't do it. I'm also from an engineering background. Please don't do that. Anybody? Anybody at the back? Your juniors are unable to solve it, so seniors have to step up. Come on. No. So you have to identify out of this 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do you think who's the scientist here? Can you identify? The first one. Okay. Now I think I should reveal the answer. Your answer is wrong, absolutely wrong. One point is very common over here. All of them are very renowned artists. They are film actors. But this lady, who was the film actress as well, is one of the very renowned scientists who has developed spread spectrum technology, because of which the mobiles are a reality now. The mobile phones are reality now. Her name is Hedy Lamarr. But just for your information, number one, he is Clark Glabe. This is Hedy Lamarr. This is Audrey Hepburn. And this is Charles Boyer. Okay. You know why? Because we have the very strong notions in our mind that if somebody is a scientist, he has to look like Charles Darwin or Albert Einstein. She doesn't look like a scientist, right? Because we already have a very preconceived notions in our mind. Okay. Let's continue with this game again. Can you identify the scientist over here? Anybody? Come on, raise your hand. The one in the blue sector. The young lady. Okay. Yeah, it would be great if you can, have the courage and raise your hand and take a chance. Yeah. Come on. There's no penalty. Anyone? How many engineers are sitting over here? Budding engineers. Come on, you have the first thing that you need to have is to be enterprising. Come on.
The old man with the long beard.
The old man with it. I was, this is what we have the picture of scientists. This is the problem of our mindset, Let me tell you, nobody is the scientist in this. I have just taken up random pictures from Google. Okay. It's just a random picture, ma'am. Okay. Can you identify the scientist over here? Anybody from here? See, you will be given a chance if you raise your hand. Very good. Yes, Anushka, Anushri, you wanted the mic? Yeah, can you please pass on the mic? Yeah.
Everyone?
Everyone. You'll have to identify.
Ma'am, I think in that sari.
Uh-huh.
That
But she looks like the next door auntie. You think she is a scientist? How many of you think, please raise your hand. How many of you think that she is a scientist? Yes, she is. Her name is Tessie Thomas. Actually, every lady in this slide, all of them are very well-renowned scientists here. Please sit down, very good. She is Tessie Thomas. She works in ISRO. She was the project lead for Agni missiles. Okay. This is Marie Curie, right? Radioactivity. Can any one of you? Yes, please. Anyone? She is Francoise Sinussi, who she is a Nobel laureate, and she received this award for her invention of HIV. What is HIV, by the way? Please raise your hand and speak. Yeah.
Virus.
HIV, the full form of HIV.
Human immunovirus.
Immunodeficiency virus. Can you please pass on the chocolate to her? Okay. Can you identify this lady? This is Tu Yu, who again is a Nobel laureate, and she received this award for her invention of a novel therapy for malaria. And who's this lady? This is Shakuntala Devi. Very good. I guess volunteers ki zarurat mujhe nahi padegi because these people are not at all participative. You may like to sit. This is Shakuntala Devi. By the way, he deserves a chocolate for this answer. Shakuntala Devi is the renowned mathematician from India, right? And he actually, she is used to be known as the supercomputer because of her fast calculating speed, right? Can you identify this lady? This is Soumya Swaminathan, currently chief scientist in World Health Organization, okay? And this lady, this is Nandini Harihar, right? She was the assistant project lead for Mars orbital mission, the Mangalyaan mission, right? Again, the mindset is the major bottleneck. We are unable to identify them, right? Okay. Now there's again a small game for you. Does this rectangle have more black blocks or white blocks? Before that, I would like to, share a fact with you that boys, they have a special ability for the contrast sensitivity. Contrast means black or white, right? The contrast sensitivity. So I wanted to share this fact. Now, can you please keep the time for 1 minute? Okay. Boys have an edge over contrast sensitivity than girls. Okay. I said answer. If you want to give the answer, please raise your hand, identify yourself, then you can give the answer. Okay. Can you please pass on the mic? Anybody from here who would like to? Anybody from the boys' side? Come on, you have the edge. Okay. Yeah, just a second. So I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hands. 7 boys have raised their hands, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 girls. Okay, can we have the answer from that boy? Yeah. Please stand up, rise and shine, and please identify yourself.
My name is Aryan Chaudhary. I'm doing BTech CSE at Amity University, and they have 50 black blocks and 50 white.
Okay. Anybody from the girls' side? Yes, please pass on the mic to this girl. Yes, my dear, rise and shine.
Ma'am, equal 50-50.
Okay. Why I wanted to calculate, okay, dono ko ek chocolate do. I have just given you a fact that boys have an edge over the contrast sensitivity, right? But this was actually fake. There's nothing like it. And just because of this, boys actually, more boys have attempted this problem rather than girls. This is the only blockage, the bottleneck in our mindset. Why girls are weak at maths? Just because of this fact. Some random fellow has propagated this fact and all of us have carried it out. I have just conducted an experiment over here and you can only see. We didn't even try to attempt. Boys ko zyada अच्छे से आता है, वही कर लेंगे. Boys were enterprising because they knew that, yeah, we have an edge over the girls. So we can do it. Okay? It's just the mindset. That is why we have very few women in this STEM. Otherwise, she could not have been so successful. She could not have been so successful. Right? It's been 20 years in engineering. Now I'm still surviving. Okay? So it's just in our mindset. Why physics, maths is not for girls. Bio is for girls. It's all in our mind. I've just conducted an experiment in front of you and you all have participated over here. So as I said, it's all about the mindset, right? So we have generally two types of mindset. First type of mindset is like this. We avoid challenges. We stay away from the things that we do not know, right? This is what we are doing right now. We do not even want to attempt, right? Unable to handle criticism or feedback. See, we are unable to even raise our hands. I'm not going to penalize for you for that, right? Intelligence and talent is a static and does not develop post-birth. We are born, born Einsteins. No. Do not carry out any actions without seeking approval. Okay. Focused on proving yourself, threatened by the success of others. Effort is not regarded fruitful. Okay. Maybe मैं जवाब दूंगी, सब लोग हंसेंगे, गलत होगा, सही होगा. Right? Understanding failure as the limit of ability. एक आंसर गलत हो गया and it is the end of the world. मैं दूसरा आंसर दूंगी ही नहीं यहाँ पर. Right? And I can give up easily. Right? And let me tell you, most of us are having this kind of mindset. Right? But it can be developed. But let me tell you, if you are aiming for a career in STEM, ये mindset लेके आप कभी successful नहीं हो सकते. कभी भी नहीं हो सकते. Let me tell you. For that, you need to have a growth mindset. You have to view challenges as opportunities. Acknowledge and embrace your weakness. First of all, you have to acknowledge your weakness. Let me give you a very small example for that. Okay. If I have a glass of, okay, suppose this is a water bottle, right? It is full. Okay. This is what we believe our minds are, right? It is full. If it is not empty, how am I going to absorb the knowledge? If I'm not receptive, right? If I do not acknowledge my weakness, I can never, ever overcome it. Don't you think so? If I do not acknowledge that I cannot speak fluent English, I'm good at English. How am I going to learn that? First, you have to accept that you have that weakness. Embrace it. Then you can work upon it. And let me tell you, it takes hell lot of courage to embrace your weakness. Okay? Next, Learn to give and receive constructive criticism. And I must say that since morning you might have been listening to our speakers, they might have told you about this. This is a very, very important quality if you want to survive in the area of STEM, okay? Or be it anything in life, right? Intelligence and talent is dynamic and ever improving, okay? You have the live example, as Lakhani ma'am said in the beginning, that she was an average student, okay? And now look at her, where she is, okay? So intelligence can always be developed. It is not that मैं इतना IQ level लेकर पैदा हुई हूं तो इतनी ही रहूंगी. No, you can always work upon it until and unless you have some, medical deformity in your brain. Otherwise, everything can be developed. Okay. Next is prioritize learning over seeking approvals. Okay. अगर मैम ने फर्स्ट यूनिट पर है और मुझे सेकंड यूनिट का कोई क्वेश्चन करना है, तो मैं तब तक वेट करूंगी जब तक मैम या टीचर सेकंड यूनिट नहीं पढ़ाएंगे. Why do you need approval in that? You can always read the second chapter. The book is with you. But how many of us actually do it? Same is with the engineering students as well. Right? Then focus on the process instead of the end result. Okay? See, the journey is very important. And in the, I joined your panel discussion here as well. I was listening from here. So they talk about agility. She also said you have to be really very open, right? It's not always that you have decided I want to do this. Nobody knows what is going to happen, right? You were talking about physics. And I'll be reiterating Dr. Lakhani's statement that it is nuclear physics, it could be biophysics, it could be chemical physics, it could be device physics, it could be anything. Marine biologists also studied physics. Okay, so there are many avenues. You just cannot be very hardwired for that. Next is be inspired by the success of others. You should not be threatened by the success of others. You should be inspired by them. Okay. Next is think of learning as brain training. You have to train your brain. Nobody is God gifted. You have to train your brain. You have to walk an extra mile if you want to excel in any field. Okay. Then understanding failure as an opportunity to grow. Okay. You might have heard about Thomas Alva Edison. Who was he? Come on, anyone? Thomas Alva Edison. He invented the bulb. Do you know the story behind that? And that is why he was able to, develop an electric bulb. Right. Right. So you have to keep trying, never give up. Persist in the face of setbacks. Setbacks will always come in your way. But you have to be persistent, right? So it is all about your brain, mindset. Either you want to remain on this side, okay? There's no harm in remaining in this side. But if you want to excel in STEM, you need to have this kind of mindset. Okay? If you think you can develop your mind like this, you can definitely excel. Okay. Now, there's a picture in front of you. I want you to just carefully observe this picture, and I'll ask what are your observations. Can you please set the timer for 30 seconds? Just have a look and do let me know what are your observations in this. Kushi, please do let me know when the time is over. Okay, the time is up. Okay. Can we have the raise of hands? Okay, let's begin.
The picture with the dog, it's actually portraying that the dog is actually, he's going to be in the K9 unit, it's pre-decided that he needs to join the K9 unit. And the picture with the girl, it shows that I think she wants to be an astronaut in the future, or she is bounded to be an astronaut in the future.
Okay. Can you please pass on the mic to this lady? Ma'am, please identify yourself.
My name is Sheena and I'm from Dhruv Public School. I just identify this kid as he or she wants to be an astronaut, and he or she just wearing and fulfilling its passion, or he or she just wants to follow his passion and wants to be an astronaut in future. And if I talk about the dog, it's like some special unit for the police force, and the dog is designed to be in that unit, so it is getting the training to be in that unit.
Very good. Anybody from here? Anyone? Please raise your hand. Okay, then I'll have to pass on the mic to this third from this room. Yeah. You just have to tell me, what do you observe?
Ma'am, a kid is ma'am, the child don't want to be an astronaut because, ma'am, his facial expressions are not good. It's looking like that.
Very good. Very good.
Pressured.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, the dog, ma'am, he can't speak, so he can't put his choice that I want to do that or that.
Okay.
So,
Very, very thoughtful observation, I would say.
ma'am, on an animal, we can put our pressure like, you should do that, you should do that. But on the child, we should ask his point of view that what you want to do.
Okay.
We can't force the child.
Very good. Very good. Very thoughtful, very profound and thoughtful observation. What's your good name?
Aditi.
Aditi. Can you please pass on the mic? Very good, Aditi. Please speak up. बहुत अच्छा बोलते हो. यहाँ से आधे लोगों ने भी ये चीज नहीं सोचा होगा. I tell you. Very good. Can you pass it on to Tanishka?
Ma'am, we are not pretty sure whether it's a boy or a girl in an astronaut uniform. As per my observation, I can see that whosoever the child is in it is pursuing his or her own dream that he or she wants to be an astronaut. And if we talk about the dog, I think the dog is also going on. As we know, the first animal went on the moon was the dog. a lady dog.
Laika.
Laika, yeah, exactly. So this is what I've observed in the picture.
Okay. Please pass on the mic at the back. Whosoever want to volunteer. Anyone? Maybe the lady in the specs, the middle one. Yeah, yeah. You can't observe anything on this slide? Or you can reiterate.
I also think that the girl is being pressurized to become an astronaut, and as we pressurize an animal to become something which the animal does not want to, we also pressurize girls to become what they don't want to, and we don't ask what they really want to be.
Okay, thank you. What's your good name?
Zubeen.
Zubeen. And what are you doing right now?
I'm pursuing BTech in CS.
In computer science.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody from here? No, you have already given many answers. I'll give it to you. At the back. I just need your observation on this slide. That is it. Oh, the lady in the red. No, you don't want to? It's okay if you do not want to. Pass it on. Can you pass anybody from this esteemed panel? Yeah, I just want your observation on this slide.
If I look at it, I can find 3 pictures, first of all. So the third one is just a part of the body, and it seems that it can be a wolf, it can be a savage animal, whereas the other one I find a tamed one. And the third, the picture of the child that I find, so obviously in a playing mood and wearing, the uniform and not actually seeing anything. So maybe he's just closing his eyes and thinking of maybe, some fairy tale. It can be some imaginary game. Something that she loves to see, in her mind. She is trying to see that. She is lost in her own world, and she's having a nice time thinking about those things that pleases her. That's my observation.
Thank you, ma'am. So now you have seen that we have got so many observations for the same picture, right? Okay. Now, I guess every observation, I can take every observation because that's your, personal this thing. What I wanted to depict over here is, if you can look at this little dog and this little kid over here, both of them, see, he aspires to be a member of K9 unit. This kid aspires to be an astronaut. But right now, if you look at and they are all, equipped with proper gears that they would require. But don't you think these gears are misfit for them? These gears are misfit for them, isn't it? It's a misfit. Okay. Now, how many of you can tell me, can just guess the cost of this car? 10 lakhs? And can you identify this person? This is Mr. Bhavish Agrawal, right? Who owns Ola. Give this 10 lakhs to this fellow and he will convert it into millions. Okay. Next, Michael Jordan. Ball कितने का आता होगा ये? 1,000 rupees? You give this ball to Michael Jordan and do you know his net worth? 500 millions dollars, right? And this clock is showing 10 seconds. 10 seconds में हम क्या कर सकते हैं? ट्विटर पे, व्हाट्सएप पे एक मैसेज देख सकते हैं, स्क्रॉल कर सकते हैं. Give this 10 seconds to Usain Bolt and he'll become the fastest man on the earth. What is common over here? What is common over here? Not the men. Who's saying men? The perfect fit, because they have identified their perfect fit. This is the hard mindset, the fixed mindset. This is the perfect fit because they have found the perfect fit for themselves, right? So how to find the perfect fit for ourselves? Okay, it could be anything. It could be STEM, commerce, anything, any field in your life. How do you think how we can find our perfect fit? It's very, very easy to identify. You just have to honestly give answers for these 3 questions. Okay, number 1, what am I good at? Okay, first you have to identify what am I good at? And you have to own that nobody can beat me in that thing. Okay, first you have to identify what am I good at? Secondly, what people tell me I am good at. People, what I want here, your very good friends, your parents, your teachers. Okay, because they are your well-wishers. You need to ask them, sit with them, and honestly take their feedback that please let me know what I am good at. Okay. And third thing, suppose I have a dream, a goal in my mind. What are the bottlenecks? What is there which will hold me back? And then you have to work upon it. This is what you have to do. And you can excel in any field. Because ultimately, what do you want? Happiness. See, passion is what you love to do. But it is more important what we are. We have to first identify ourselves, our own positives, our own weaknesses. Okay? And then only you can achieve this happiness. So the 8 careers for PCM students, you can go for architecture. With the advent of urban planning and smart cities, this thing is very upcoming. Then if you go for physics, you have the live examples over here. Chemistry again, mathematics. Mathematics has now opened many new avenues, right? Right from the companies like Amazon, right? Flipkart, data sciences, banking, fintech, everywhere mathematics is required now. Some more statistics, physical sciences, like you can go for astronomy, geology, meteorology. You can be a cartographer, right? As Google Maps are coming in, like anything, this is a very good field where you can, pitch into. Then you have cybersecurity, merchant navy. For PCB students, you have biology and life sciences. Again, you can go for R&D in fields of health, medicine. You can go get into labs as technicians. Then alternate branches of medicines are there, apart from the Unani, homeopathy, Ayurveda, BDS. Then backbone, see allied medicines like optometry, radio technology, nursing, physiotherapy. Then nutritionists and fitness. Now this is also a very upcoming field after COVID. This is now going to be a very, very upcoming field. And you have one of the stalwarts in nutrition area now. Then we have, agriculture, pharmacy, clinical psychology, bioinformatics. Again, psychology is coming like anything. You need psychology in cybersecurity.